गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग, पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग, मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक, फिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट, मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय, बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई, टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस, हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस, बैकी आया पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling out of love जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे, तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Oh boy, don't cry, तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय, कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई, तेरे जैसे कई आए। I'm a queen, मेरा सीन, करे बात मेरी I'm 16, नॉकआउट करूँ दिल I'm so mean, तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन, तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ, ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ, बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ, कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ।
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया, तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया, and you thought you knocked me out, मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया, एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू, 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू, मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता, लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा, गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा, मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल, कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा, बैकी है पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling out of love जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Game over. हेलो, मेरा नाम एतजाज़ है। मेरा इन गेम नेम एंडलेस है। मैं 4vx TFD का प्लेयर हूँ। जैसे कि सबको पता है, ये पाकिस्तान का पहला PMPL और हम काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं और खुश हैं कि हम टॉप 20 टीम्स में आए और हम PMPL खेल रहे हैं, PMPL पाकिस्तान। और हम बाकी टीम्स को भी गुड लक विश करते हैं और हमारे सपोर्टर्स जो हमें लाइव देखना चाहते हैं वो हमें PUBG मोबाइल के ऑफिशियल यूट्यूब चैनल्स पे देख सकते हैं 22 मार्च से अप्रैल 17 तक। थैंक यू।
A PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan, powered by, of course, Oppo and that sleek F21 Pro. Like Fixes keeps saying, coming soon into the markets, April 11th, make sure you grab that. Heading on over to our usual flow of discussion. Blotter, first things first, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing pretty good, mate. We've got the second Super Weekend final day that is going to be starting right about now. And again, I mean, when it comes down to the entire second week, if we are to take anything from day 1 and 2 of the Super Weekend, as we were mentioning earlier as well, it has been a week of comebacks. So many of those teams that were sitting on that low half of the leaderboard have slowly but surely started getting those appearances in that chicken dinner winner number, you know. So yeah, let's see what this final day is going to be ensuing for these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting affair, that's for sure. It's going to have a lot of teams really, I think, trying to prove themselves that what they showed in day 1 and day 2 of the Super Weekend was not just a one-time affair. Going to try to find consistency, and that's where we'll see, because I think yesterday's matches, they did shake quite a bit of that momentum up. We saw H2E not having the greatest of days after an amazing day 1. We saw Freestyle, Quantum Rage with Chicken Dinners coming back strong and hoping to build on that on day 3. And we also saw North having a somewhat mediocre day compared to day 1. So a lot of like things that were going one way were flipped to another, Blotter.
Absolutely, but alongside that, when it comes down to today being a brand new day for these teams, we are also going to bring up another point, which is going to be the money, the bling-ching. That is going to be, of course, the thing that these teams, of course, are going to be working towards as well, because every chicken dinner during the Super Weekends ends up grabbing these teams $500, and overall you're looking at $100,000 prize pool for the entire league altogether itself for these teams. But once again, I mean, before we jump in towards that prize pool right here, they've got the opportunity to walk away with $500, which again, I mean, over the period of the 2 weekends that we've been part of, the super weekends that we've been part of, a couple of teams have walked away with almost $2,000. So, yep, we've got that on the side that, of course, these teams are going to be rooting for as well.
Yeah, exactly, and it really does feel like, in a certain way, a lot of money on the line here today. Of course, the chicken dinner's prize, that's one thing, but I feel like today might just define how we approach the grand finals altogether, because we're heading into the brink of the action, like the brink of that grand finals, with week 3 coming right up after today's final super weekend, week 2 getting over, and we'll have to see which teams are, you know, sort of separating themselves as guaranteed qualified teams for that super grand finale. Now, I think SALTxi8, H2E, QWERTY and Quantum Rage even can most certainly say that they're guaranteed, mathematically almost even, unless things really go wrong. But for teams lower on in there, especially the teams around that 9th, 10th mark, where Team Star, Magnus, all of these teams really missing out on those key performances built up, I think that's where things will get spicy today, because if those teams around that 10th to 15th mark don't deliver a performance blotter, they might be under threat if they fall apart in week 3.
That is so true, because of course when it comes down to this being the final day of the second super weekend, thus implying there'll be only one more super weekend left for these teams, for all 20 teams basically, to be able to capitalize that opportunity to jump into the final super weekend, because only 16 teams will be playing, and then of course that itself will give us what teams are we to look forward to. But overall, as of now, when it comes to the second page, it is mostly the teams, of course, that are playing their first super weekend itself that are going to be in a little bit of a tricky situation, along with the fact that for now we don't have the side of Regicide, 3x or FMX and the Grounders, who are of course not part of the super weekend. But next super weekend we can maybe anticipate them coming back and bring in a resurgence to their positioning, because again, viewers, keep in mind that when it comes to that third and final super weekend, that will be the next week, we are going to be looking at the top 16 in the overall ranking. Right now, we've got in the top 16 Quraysh very much right around the corner. They've got 5 games today that they're going to be playing, and of course, by the end of it, we would anticipate Quraysh Esports to be able to jump up in through the lead and get into the top 16. Same, of course, will be the hopes for XGeneration and TMW, but tough journey ahead, especially for the side of TMW if today does not go well for them.
Oh, 100%, and we'll have to see if TMW is able to step up to that mark. We've been continuously discussing, will they be buddies with 3x at the bottom of the table? And at this point, the scare is they won't even be buddies. They'll just be stuck at the bottom of the table, because they're currently not as close as they would like. You know, 2 days, only 16 points picked up. Hasn't been the greatest at all. Similarly for XGeneration, they're only 10 points away from 3x, but it will require a good performance coming out. If they have a blunder of a day 3 here, the threat is going to be insanely high coming into Super Weekend 3 of the next week.
That definitely, I would completely agree with that. But one point to add on for the side of XGeneration is I am hoping and rooting that the things that we discussed yesterday as well as day before, day 1 and 2 of the second super weekend, for the side of XGeneration, hopefully this time around things will change for them, and maybe they've actually tried to look at what are the things that are going wrong for their side when it comes down to their drop locations, when it comes down to that team taking on the fights altogether itself. But moving away from XGeneration, moving on to the first page itself, we do have QWERTY Esports looking at their super weekend play altogether itself from week 1 compared to the week 2. As we can clearly see, a lot more effort is definitely being showcased in this week 2, and that of course is clearly being indicated with these stats working for the side of the team, wherein of course we've got the damage dealt, you've got the eliminations, you've got survival time, as well as the points that have all gone up in the super weekend 2 for the side of QWERTY.
Yeah, exactly, and it has really been for the side of QWERTY a phenomenal performance in the Super Weekend 2 so far. They've put themselves firmly into the discussion for that top slot, though I'll be quite a bit distance away from SALTxi8 with their consistency. It does still make sure that as long as they show up on one particular day, they will again be in discussion for that top slot. But honestly, for them, it's not about the rankings at all. I think it's more about the fact that they rectify those few small mistakes that might have happened in Super Weekend 1, come into Super Weekend 2 stronger, and keep continuing that momentum going into Super Weekend 3, trying to peak at that grand finals mark. And we'll have to see, will that continuous growth, that really simultaneous aspect of not just growing as a team but growing individually as well, will that happen?
Absolutely. For the side of Clarity Esports, I mean, one thing that can clearly be stated is the fact that when it comes down to the individual prowess for all of these four players, they are definitely absolutely ready to take on the entire lobby all by their lonesome. Again, when it comes down to their positioning in the overall ranking, overall itself is looking pretty comfortable with the 6th position for their side, and of course 192 points for them with the 2 chicken dinners that they've been able to get. So a decent play, of course, is what can be showcased for Clarity Esports. But as we can see, when this all started off, that 4th to 5th game not working for them, and as you move on from that towards the next weekend itself, the Super Weekend right here, where we can see from that 19th game onwards, it has been the ups and downs sort of a storyline for Clarity Esports, which hopefully today they'll be able to rectify.
Oh, I'll have to see. Right now, though, it does most certainly seem like that momentum will continue, but given the way this Super Weekend has gone, it has been day 2 of usual Super Weekends. We talk about the day of comebacks, which it was yesterday, but it's almost like Super Weekend 2 is becoming the Super Weekend of comebacks, as we see several teams that were down in the gutters trying to push back, and I think really showing us that the competition is still very, very much close towards the middle of that pack area. I think top of the pack, SALTxi8 can comfortably say that they are the kings, and they're there to stay, man. They're not going anywhere.
True that, dude. True that. I mean, SALTxi8, there is definitely no team that is going to be able to contest them as of now. Again, that is being showcased with the amazing playstyle that they've been able to just push on along in that overall rank and maintaining that top position. But along with that, another team that we have to bring up is going to be MetershotxSKY. I mean, the way they finished day number 1 with that chicken dinner on game number 5, and then from that, yesterday, the first game that they got chicken dinner, and then on the second game of Erangel, again getting another chicken dinner for the side of Metershot, was definitely a big boost that presented them on that 5th position for now in the overall rankings. A wonderful play for the side of Metershot, because again, I mean, 4 chicken dinners in the Super Weekends that they've been a part of definitely showcases quite a lot of aggressive and synergistic play that this team is able to bring in. But also, we do know the strategy that they apply, right? Jumping into the fights late, jumping into the zone, sticking into the blues, letting all the other teams take on the fights head on. But hey, you know what? It's not really looked down upon, because in the end the team is able to take on fights. As we can clearly see, they are able to get those elimination shots on point, and that's all that we actually are going to be looking forward to, and thus we see them on that comfortable 5th position for now.
Yeah, exactly. Esports, I think, especially I'm noticing coming into day 3, Blotter, because day 1 it was absolutely nuts. The way they were able to pull off certain maneuvers, the way they were able to maintain that consistency. A team like QWERTY without the chicken dinner that is making those strides. But day 2 was somewhat of a down. They were still very much aggressive with respect to the eliminations and all of their ability to continuously punish teams, you know, on that aggressive note. But what was missing really was that simple fact that at the end of the day, we didn't really get them achieve the same levels that they did in the league stage or even in that week. But I think MetershotxSKY is a great example of how a few performances can really build into much more. You can see that in the performance seismograph as well, Blotter. That rise that they had, they really extracted top value out of it, and then they had a couple of down games, but that was okay because of that rise that they had in the first place.
Absolutely, and that definitely resulted in them getting a big boost in that overall ranking, and that too, you know, consistently maintaining that sort of a boost, as we can see from that 19th game onwards, as they moved on into the 20th, where they do walk away with quite a lot of points, and then the next 21st game they walk up with a chicken dinner. So incredible. And then from that game onwards as well, they did get some high frag in not necessarily chicken dinners, but definitely good games for their side. So all of those 3-4 games combined gave them a really big boost in just 1 day or 1.5 day span itself. And so again, they're just steamrolling with that momentum going on for their side. As you did kind of mention on the side of Esports as well, 10 games they have played, right? They've been able to accumulate 88 points, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 88 points is what they've got in 10 games. No chicken dinner for now for Esports. So if that itself is an indication, they can definitely be, I mean, we can definitely anticipate by the end of today, the 5 games that are going to be played, we can say, or maybe, like I said, anticipate Esports to be in the comfortable 12th position, maybe. But let's see if day 2 repeats itself for Esports, or will it be day 1?
Yeah, exactly. That's the question. By looking at MetershotxSKY's overall stats, you can see Erangel is king for this team, quite comfortable in that particular location. And continuously, I think that's where we'll see them rise up. Sanhok, even when they haven't been contested on Paradise, even when they have been contested on Paradise, never works out for them somehow. And Miramar does seem to be the case where we haven't seen them perform yet. I do believe that given their nature in terms of talent, it might just a matter of time before they're able to step it up. But what is also important is for us to look towards the bottom, you know. Look at teams like, for example, 4VTFD, who were able to pull off a brilliant performance really yesterday and have this capability to really punish teams in those last minute situations while holding on to their spots. Now, that hasn't been done so consistently, but Ash, he's really stepping up to the mark.
Well, definitely. I mean, over and over again, we've seen for the side of 4VTFD, Ash is definitely quite a pivotal role player when it comes to, you know, creating those flank angles and, of course, making those early aggressive pushes against the opponent teams. And on the other front, for the side of IQ for Quantum, we have seen that dude also bring in some miraculous plays, many times all by his lonesome for the side of Quantum Rage. So, again, both of these dudes and both of these players for 4VTFD as well as Quantum have been very important, but again, it is a game that is going to require all four players bringing in a synergistic play, and that is where we would like to see these teams perform themselves.
And we most certainly would. But will it happen? That's where we'll have to take a look and wonder really and see where they're able to find that consistency. I think it's got to start early. I don't think they can afford to wait too long, you know. I think they have to just start off early with respect to getting that strength down nice and easy, making sure that they have the momentum going into the rest of the day. Because once you do that, then it's much easier to adapt slowly along the way to the challenges that you do end up facing. But if you don't have that early momentum, suddenly things look a lot harder. And that's not something you particularly want, because it then puts you into a situation where you're continuously wondering, hey, am I making the right move? Am I doing the right things? You're a little too cautious, and that can hurt you in the long run.
Definitely, and that is something that we've seen for the side of Quantum Rage actually question a little bit more on in terms of their gameplay altogether. You compare the league when it started off for Quantum Rage, they were playing it the way they must have been playing earlier as well, because they were free-spirited and they would take on fights and they were not having those second thought situations, right? And now as the journey progressed on into week number 2, where we did see situations where Quantum Rage actually second-guessed themselves, had too much time that they ended up taking in being very decisive if they want to make that sort of an aggressive stance or not, and that has resulted in their gameplay a little bit faltering down. Nothing taken against their position overall. Again, very comfortable position is what they're at, but I'm just comparing it to how they started the league as to where they're at now.
Yeah, exactly. And it does feel like in that situation, when you think back to Super Weekend 1 Quantum Rage, when you think back to the fact that for 2 days continuously this team was actually dominating, suddenly you're wondering, wait, what happened to that Quantum Rage? Now, we saw a glimpse of that yesterday in match 4 in Sanhok, where they were able to get that chicken dinner, but can they replicate it really is what I am curious about. Because if they cannot, and if they are caught in a situation where, you know, it's just a one-time show, then they will lose their grasp at that top. And yeah, it's not going to hurt. I don't think it's going to hurt them with respect to the fact that you know, they won't qualify for the grand final. I think they are more or less locked in there. What it will hurt is the momentum going into that grand final.
Exactly, right. I mean, as we both, pointed it out now that for the side of Quantum Rage, in the overall ranking, they're sitting on that comfortable 4th position. So there is no way that one can, put them down and not have them jump into the grand finals itself unless some big blunder ends up happening. But overall, when it comes down to, as you so perfectly mentioned, the momentum, that steamroller that is required, for which right now MetershotxSKY is definitely grasping on those opportunities for themselves. That is very important and becomes almost like quintessential when you are part of the league, because you want the league to start flowing in that sort of a consistent play. Either you end up getting really high fragment gains, either you end up being, consistent in terms of finishing in the top 5 to the top 8 every single game, and then you yourself as a team end up having that sort of a morale boost that, yeah, all right, does not matter what the lobby is doing, we are still bringing that consistent play. For the side of Quantum, it's still fluctuating quite a lot, and hopefully that heartbeat situation kind of just eases out today, as again, these are the teams that are on the first page in the top 5 positions. They've got nothing to lose. Just calm it down is what I would say for their side, and let the skill take control, I guess. Let the muscle memory take control.
And if you are talking about letting the skill take control, Now, we have been continuing with my curse of, ridiculous game fires,
yes.
really.
That is true.
Today I'm not doing game 5, so I wonder if that curse can be somewhat shifted, if the PUBG Mobile gods can bring it into the first few games, because really I think what we have witnessed in Pakistan since Super Weekend 1 Day 3 is teams playing a lot more calculated, a lot more efficient, so
Yes.
a lot less fights early, and I kind of miss that abrasive, aggressive Pakistan.
That is true. That is so true. And that is something that itself showcases the evolution of the teams within just a matter of week or two. Right. So again, when you talk about the game itself now becoming so much more important and integral part of these communities and these regions, right now they have actually engraved the game itself. The battleground itself has been engraved into these players, and they now take every single opportunity so very seriously. I mean, you bring this back to a couple of years ago itself, different tournaments that we've seen where the approach from the players itself was a little different, was a little bit of ups and downs and not really interested and somewhat very much interested. But now that perfect aggressive approach and that thought itself, just to be able to think, the mindset that's required to be a part of that the lobby that is being showcased right here. So you have to have that what am I looking for, that sort of a SWAT mindset, that sort of a aggressive mindset, that synergistic play that is required, and that only comes in when you become really passionate and really serious about the battleground. And well, again, I'm very happy to state that all of these teams in the Pakistan region exactly are doing that.
Most definitely. And it does feel like all of these teams, they at this point have earned their spot over here in PMPL. Pakistan, what I'm trying to say is that it's not like they didn't go through the qualifiers, it's not like they didn't go through the bleachers to try and make it here. But being here to be able to perform to a certain degree is where you really prove yourself. And most teams have done that. Now, we have teams like 3X and TMW who are just not able to find their mojo, really. But they have in certain moments displayed the capability to do that. So I wonder, maybe Day 3 of Super Weekend 2, we can have TMW at least come back strong, find their mojo, and be able to show us exactly why they are a team to be concerned about. Maybe not with respect to the rankings right now, but in that grand finale coming aboard, because I think that's where everything becomes so much more intense, Blotter. So much on the line in that grand final.
Yep, that is true. That is so very true. Another point to actually add on is something that Fixus actually did mention. I think it was yesterday itself that he mentioned that along with the fact that there's grand finals at stake, right? There's also the $100,000 prize pool that every single team that is playing will be a part of with a different margin. So every single team wants to be at the best of the position that they possibly can when it comes down to the overall ranking itself to get a better chunk of that $100,000 prize pool. And that itself, of course, is a big motivation. Along with that, as you move on through into the grand finals and then the journey continues on, you have the opportunity to represent Pakistan itself. So that indeed, of course, is a huge undertaking. A tremendous amount of pressure that, again, I'm not going to name names, but we do know that a couple of teams that you can just steamroll across your mouth or just pinpoint on your fingers, they are well equipped to take that sort of a pressure, well equipped to bring that sort of a play that is required to represent Pakistan. But will they be allowed to? That is what the question is. As week 1 started, we saw Magnus, the amazing Magnus, the way they were able to control and stop so many aggressive teams in the tracks. 52x rage, the way they were able to just completely change their playstyle. H2E, I mean, these teams, they have just changed and morphed into something completely different in a matter of 14 days. So not entirely sure what to anticipate today, because again, these teams are still evolving, they're still morphing and changing into different players altogether.
Almost certainly. And it does look like for all of these teams, there's that ability to continuously be able to prove yourself. There's that ability to continuously become stronger for that regard. But hey, I think we are going to head into the match real soon. See all of the players getting ready. A few of them are quite sleepy as well. Yawns here and there, I'm seeing.
Well, again, it is just, energetic yawns. It is to get away with the sleep. And you reach that moment at night, when you're yawning. But it's not really because you want to sleep. You are awake. Your mind is awake. And you just yawn a couple of times and then that sleep is gone. For the next 3-4 hours, it's like, all right, peace is what is required. And that tranquil space in the mind is what is left. And that's exactly what these players are actually getting into. Because that is going to be another very important thing Battleground. When you're in the battleground, things are hectic. Things are really heated up. You've got teammates not necessarily screaming, but there's still that little bit of that, that scare that is, of course, at the back of your neck, that if I'm not able to give that cover fire to my teammate, then we are losing this position. If we end up losing at least one of the players, then we end up not having the flank. Overall, the entire fight is going against us. And now we've only got, 15 teams, so we'll be the first team to get eliminated. So many thoughts automatically just within the matter of 30 seconds go through your head, and you're like, all right, so let's just calm it down. Let's take a chill pill. Let's just breathe a little and go back into the session once again. And as you do, that is when you're just absolutely, that again, as you were so perfectly mentioning earlier, that muscle memory, that skill, that synergy that you've had with your teammates, it just kicks in, and you automatically know that, yep, this is the flank, that's the angle, without even having to communicate. That telepathic communication is already going on. And the teams, that's the kind of amazing prowess that these teams in the lobby are bringing to the table in 2022 right here at PMPL.
100%. And it seems like all of that amazing prowess is also overloading our client right now, because you've got
it is big time today.
We got a couple of technical issues here and there as the game just refuses to start, man. It's like, nah, I can't handle the intensity of this lobby. Nah, get out of here.
Then again, I mean, it's absolutely fine, because it allows us as well as the viewers a little bit more to talk about when it comes down to these teams and their journey till now. From first week all the way up till now, we've spoken about Quantum Rage, we've spoken about a little bit about the other teams as well. But let's talk about teams that were looking really, really phenomenal as this entire journey started. And then over the period, they just completely faltered down. I'm talking about the team FMXR3D. I'm talking about Regicide. I'm talking about Grounders. I mean, when this entire journey started, Grounders during the league plays, they were not looking like they knew exactly what was going on. Jump into the first Super Weekend itself, and they definitely had something to prove, and that's what they were slowly and steadily, climbing that ladder upon. And then come Super Weekend 2, they're not nowhere to be seen. Talk about Regicide, FMXR3D. I don't know, no idea what words to even use to describe the journey that those two teams are on right now.
Oh, absolutely, and it will mean that we really get perplexed with the way this day turns out. I hope that perplexion adds on with respect to our circle as well, as I believe we are once again in the lobby. Now we'll see if this time, third time's the charm maybe, and the client can handle the intensity that Pakistan really is bringing to the table.
Well, we shall find out. But along with that, as you perfectly mentioned, CA, you're not going to be part of the final game. You're going to be joining us for the first three games? First three games. All right. So for the first three games, mate, I would want you to already set a prediction in stone for the final game based on what the zone is going to be after we see this Erangel map. All right. Let's do it that way. After we see this Erangel map, based on that, give us a prediction as to where do you think that final game ought to be drawn on down to when it comes down to match number 5 of today on Erangel. But again, for that, the matches need to start happening. And again, as I am just being told, the flight path is going to be on our screens in just a matter of minutes itself, as the players are well equipped and prepped and ready to take on this onslaught into the battleground. But which team are you guys rooting for? Do not forget to, of course, hashtag and let them teams know in the chat. As soon as you do, again, you see that virtual arena that's been created, right? The more you hashtag the teams that you love and support in chat, the more of those teams' banners are going to be showcased in that virtual arena right there. So all you need to do is start spamming hearts along with your teammates that you're rooting and supporting. And of course, those virtual love is going to be showcased to your lovely teams in the arena itself. So yeah, go right ahead and start spamming in the chat. Along with that, of course, would request you to hashtag the entire league altogether, the PUBG Mobile Pakistani Esports League, and our social page basically, and go ahead and also let us know where you're joining us from, like what's happening, right? I mean, are you sitting in your room in front of the computer, or is it like, a bunch of friends getting together, or a bunch of fans getting together, popcorns? It's a weekend, it's a Sunday night, perhaps that sort of a vibe that's going on. Share all of that on Instagram perhaps with us. And with that, like I was saying, the players are ready. The flight path is going to get started right about out, and here we go. The flight is in the air. Erangel, the first map, and SALTxi8 cruising in Blade down to his known military base.
Yeah, the standard drops for most of their teams right here. We'll have to see if any particular team has something special prepared maybe for day 3. Seems unlikely. Oh, I do notice actually, Clarity. With this southern flight path, they're predicting a southern circle, I have to assume, because they're changing up their standard location to what has really become their secondary. Whenever they expect that southern circle to come through, they drop near the shorelines, they take ferry pier control. They are trying to do so right now.
They definitely are, and it seems like it is going to be...
Ooh.
Alright, never mind. It seems
Oh.
first blood has already been drawn, where TMW not having a good start, and Team QWERTY's Khan will be the one delivering that massive blow right off the bat. TMW off to a back-ended start, not what we wanted, not what they wanted, especially not what the fans anticipated, but Khan from the side of TMW has been eliminated in the first minute of the game itself. With that, we move on to the next, or rather the second team from the bottom of the leaderboard. That's going to be XGeneration right here on our screens, with all 4 players jumping in and of course getting themselves segregated with the loot, sitting on that 19th position as of now for the side of XGeneration. Also, it is very critical to get each and every game at least finished in the top 5 to the top 8 to be able to get decent synergistic points from one game to the next across all 5 to even try and be in the top 16, which again is a tough situation for XGeneration, because they're almost 40 points shy of that 16th position right now.
Most certainly, and it's quite interesting to see that almost all of the teams are predicting that southern circle. Even TMW changed their standard location from Zorki towards that south area. Ended up getting punished kill Khan right there by QWERTY. So right now, all of these teams with the wrong predictions. And seemingly us too, because we thought it would go southern with all of these teams predicting. It did not. It went very standard in the middle of the map itself. And the northern area is completely empty. So I wonder if the circle continues on that note, keeps going for the northern shift. I wonder which teams will be able to change their mind, look at it like, oh, okay, is this going to take a centralized shift? Will they try their hands at predictions once again, or will they just be like, let's just go to the center, let's go to Rozhok and wait.
Exactly, and that's where I'm looking at, where we do have the side of North Esports very much in the vicinity of Rozhok. That is going to be, for now at least, in the comfort of the center of the zone. And along with that, when it comes down to Clarity, we did see them jump on down towards Ferry Pier, but they got into their vehicles and have now, looking at the zone, gone back to their known drop location of Giorgio, and that's where they're going to be looting as they make their entry known into South Giorgio. There is also the side of Team TUF that is going to be out in the vicinity. And then on our screens, we can see the known drop location that has very seldom been contested. That's going to be the side of MetershotxSKY. And again, on the military base, we did see SALTxi8 also dropped around in the same vicinity. And again, both of these teams are very much in their own delight right now, getting that loot sorted around. Blade, Uzum, Crypto, all looking very comfortable. Nothing to worry about for them, because, well, again, they're on the top of that leaderboard with amazing games that have gone in their way, beautifully gone in their way. In fact, 144 placement points, 145 elimination points, 289 points in total, with 4 chicken dinners for the side of SALTxi8. Talk about an aggressive streak that this team has been on with the 25 games that they have played, and today's 5 are, I think, going to be taking them all the way upwards of 300 points for sure.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see about it. Right now, though, only 2 teams in the southern island, of course, the standard one, SALTxi8, MetershotxSKY. SALTxi8 expecting for them to make that early rotation, while MetershotxSKY standard, of course, will come in very, very late. Now, towards the western edge is where we might see some early action right now, Blotter, because we've got Magnus around Gatka protecting that western edge of the circle, and that's exactly the edge where Freestyle and 52X Rage might try to make their rotations happen. Similarly, towards the eastern side, XGeneration with the possibility to try to shut down QWERTY. Usually in situations like this, we see teams not taking those early fights, rather holding on for a more important situation, say in that next few circles, especially in the third circle is where that one fight really triggers fight after fight, as teams who are incredibly close to each other start really feeling the heat of that congestion. Indeed. Right now, though, the circle really well congested towards our southern area. It doesn't seem like anything else will happen. But XGeneration, for them, like you said, it is just a great start to be able to inflict that damage. Not so much for NorthEsports, who we were expecting will be able to pick up the mark today. Be able to rectify the fact that they didn't have the greatest of day twos. You know, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't lovely either. And the fact that they lose 2 members this early, I think it's going to be a hefty blow. But with just that 2-member squad, if Avenger OP and Zameen's experience really can help them get something out of this game, it's going to remind them that as long as they play it smart, they should be able to pull off a good day. Ooh, seems like a bit of technical issue right now with my Casablanca. I do think I have him back though.
Yep, there we go. Yep, all right. There's a little bit of an issue right there where the audio was not getting picked up. My apologies, as the Rose is a little runny and ended up muting the microphone. My apologies, my bad right there. Brain freezing along in the conversations as you try and sneeze along as you cast. But dude, as I was just trying to bring up the conversation for the side of NorthEsports, again, I mean, if at all any of this is to indicate, I mean, it's all based on their playstyle itself, right? On day number 1 of the Super Weekend 2 that they have participated in. First game they finished 3rd. Second game they moved on along that much more better. And overall, when it came down to day number 1, NorthEsports were looking very much in control of the aggressiveness that was required from their, as this being their first Super Weekend. But then on day number 2, they kind of faltered down on their playstyle. From the 9 elimination point game that they were getting down to 3 elimination point, 4 elimination point, not that many placement points. And then now on the 3rd day of the Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend that NorthEsports is part of, first game itself, 2 of their players get eliminated with no points given to them, no crossfires between the 2 teams. So yeah, a tough situation is what NorthEsports is finding themselves right now. But hopefully, as the game progresses on, the 2 remaining players may be able to survive. But on the other front, for the side of 4VTFT, Bash, or Ash, my apologies, this is not how you want to be standing up like a goose's neck trying to get some information, dude. This was just, of course, inviting a shot to the head, and that's exactly what QWERTY have delivered.
Yeah, and it really feels like, given the fact that we're just talking about this player earlier on in the brief show, we're expecting great things out of him. Key error though means that he will not be able to show us that brilliance that caused us to even have that conversation in the pre-match. But right now, all of the teams around that Rozhok area trying to get themselves a good spot. I really like Clarity's position because they're holding on to that island highway into Rozhok. They're playing that 2-2 split on either side, gives them a lot of room to maneuver around. And what I also really like is the fact that every single team, they've, like you said, they've improved to a large extent. But right now on our screens, you can see SALTxi8, a team that has not just improved but dominated, getting dominated by Magnus. Blade gets caught off, and Adil, he'll pick up an easy elimination point for Magnus Esports.
Well, that was quite close, but of course Magnus is Adil. He was on point with his Carl, was definitely able to absolutely pencil down and retaliate that rotation and position change that was being showcased from side of SALTxi8 to create that flank angle. Not going to be allowed, says Adil, and Magnus get that point for now. But in doing so now, SALTxi8 are going to have to retaliate right here at Ruins, where we did see 2 of the players from the side of SALTxi8 are close around together. That's going to be Reviews and his teammate, I think, Crypto, if that is... if I'm not mistaken. Never mind. Whoever the player were, they are now moving away. I thought they were creating a flank angle, but that's not the case. They're going to be falling back from the position. As we can see, there's another vehicle, and they are coming back. So maybe they're coming back to retaliate that one player that they lost. We'll come back to that. I'm a little confused as to what exactly was going on with those buggies roaming around in the vicinity of Ruins right now.
Yeah, a bit of a what is happening moment right there. But talking about what was happening, we saw NorthEsports get caught up by XGeneration. This time Star as well taking some damages. We're coming back to that fight between SALTxi8 and Magnus, where they are in a bit of a stalemate right now, but Magnus certainly have the opportunity to go for the slam in on SALTxi8, knowing that they've already pushed down and removed one player from the count in Blade. Now Money will pick up the airdrop, getting himself that Groza. Really cool, but oh, look at this. It's almost like the PUBG Mobile gods forgot to reset from yesterday. Our circle taking that northwestern shift around that Rozhok Island, around Rozhok right here, and Magnus in a grey spot to shut down Clarity, or trying to make the rotation into the island.
Well, another point to bring up is going to be the rotation coming in from the side of 52x Rage. Whenever the directors have the time, I would definitely want this to be showcased to the viewers as well, as 52x Rage is making a very, very big rotation. Two of their players have already entered from the northwestern front of the edge itself, of the zone, and that is working for their side. But as they do so, they are going to be all lonesome because two more of their players are so far back. But never mind that, because right now on our screens is going to be Magnus taking on the players of Team H2E, as Team H2E try and get into this compound. They are making a lot of noise. Those audio cues that are given away is definitely an invitation to the nades that are being showcased from the side of Magnus. And a little further back is going to be Clarity, just slowly but surely getting all of that information and maybe just waiting for the position, for the opportunity to be able to pounce on upon. With that, Magnus's perfectly set up nades have definitely given a massive blow to H2E, where they have been brought down to a one-man army who is of course on the run for now, and that's going to be Assad.
Oh, and now look at this. Magnus under a lot of pressure, but they're flipping the tables around. They've eliminated Dread. Surely they have their eyes set on Assad, as Magnus, again, a team that has displayed moments of brilliance but never been able to really step up to that top discussion. Always stuck around that middle of the pack area, around that top 10 mark, but can they make it happen today? We'll have to see. Have lost the player, but should get revived back real quick, as we see on the southern edge instead. MetershotxSKY on that late rotation, getting caught up by SALTxi8.
Well, a lot of third-party situations being showcased from the side of these teams, as they have definitely jumped in to a perfect position that is going to be for the side of Metershot. But both these teams, Metershot as well as the side of SALTxi8, they are outside the comfort of the zone. And Metershot's Kian has actually moved into a very incredible flank position against the players of SALTxi8, so that could be a troublesome situation. But right now it is going to be the side of H2E's Assad, all by his lonesome, still wants to retaliate against that three-man squad of Magnus, where one of them was damaged. But of course, for now, we are going to be looking at them getting that revival all done. But this is going to turn into a little bit of a stalemate situation, where we do have one side Clarity, in between is going to be just the one player Assad from the side of H2E, and Magnus just trying their all to hold their 4 players strong and get those elimination points for themselves. But look at that mini-map. I mean, so many teams around in the vicinity. It is going to be tough situation. But hey, TmW finally retaliating against that aggression that was being showcased from the start of the game from Team QWERTY against them. And now it is TmW's point and time to definitely bring in that retaliation. And well, Team QWERTY are not looking good, but Destroyer, this is going to be critical for Destroyer to be able to clutch this, or else it is going to be the end of Team QWERTY.
Destroyer trying to make it happen right now while his team just covers in a small corner. Circle though, meanwhile, taking yet another centralized shift, quite similar to yesterday's, but a lot more northern in that regard, which means teams like 52x Rage are in a great spot. Teams like 4v-TFD, well, every other team is stuck in that southern side, stuck around Rozhok, trying to decide if they should make the rotation or not. But in terms of decisions, Marlega MVP, he's definitely going to make a quick one, going for the slam in. Will be... Did he just topple out QWERTY? He was not able to get out of the car for so long, but QWERTY trying to still pull off the 1v1, but not able to make it happen. Marlega MVP, by the skin of his teeth, will be able to finish off Team QWERTY.
Well, Team QWERTY definitely did start that aggressiveness against the side of TmW, but TmW is the one that will finish and put a period full stop to that exclamation mark, the end of that side. And in doing so, Team QWERTY is going to get eliminated, the first team to get eliminated on that 16th position, with that 15 teams still remaining, 50 players alive, and it is going to be Quantum's players now taking on the fights, and they are jumping in to take on this aggressiveness. But again, as we look on from one fight to the next, this is just absolutely brutal, because so many of these teams, NorthEsports, Quraysh, both these teams need those points. Quantum on the other front, I mean, they need to showcase that they're still part of that aggressiveness that they showcased to us in the first week, and it seems like that is what they're doing. From one fight to the next, they've been able to accumulate, I think, 2 elimination points? No, 1 elimination point confirmed for now at least, as they do have one of their players down.
Yeah, now look at this. Quantum Rage going in for the slam in, trying to shut down Quraysh. Bilal, he's in a very dicey spot. Mani nowhere near him, so the revive can't come through, but Mani's going to quickly run up the stairs. Goes for the revive amidst this pressure from Quantum Rage and TmwEsports. It's all about that perfect nade, but they will not be able to find it, and Quraysh will get their man back on his feet.
Well, for now, they definitely will, but with IQ and Spark jumping into the building itself to try and slowly climb up the ladders, as we can see, and with that, Spark will not be able to stand true because TmwEsports' Avenger OP had a nade already cooked in there, and Spark will definitely be faltering down with the Molotov also that was being showcased from Avenger OP, and in doing so, it is going to be the side of IQ, or rather Quantum, who have had a little bit of a blowback from this push, but TmwEsports looking pretty comfortable. Serious now getting back into the flank to try and take on this flank angle, but TmwEsports says no. The 2-man strong team is still trying to get those points for themselves. 3 elimination points already confirmed for their side as they try and completely stop Quantum Rage in their tracks.
It does certainly seem that TmwEsports, they should have the opportunity to be able to do that, but the spray misses from Avenger OP, and that could have been a critical spray. If you shut down IQ there, you have the opportunity to take that edge of Rozok to yourself, as compared to this situation now where TmwEsports players are running against that blue zone. Scared about the damage they're going to take from their back, scared about the team right in front of them with nowhere to go. Can they rely on the circle to help them out? We'll find out in a couple of seconds. It does not. It takes that centralized shift all of the mainland in that northern part of our map, and 52x Rage is the team smack bang in the middle. But right now, back to Quantum Rage and TmwEsports. It will be the end for North. Really got stuck in that situation. I wish they landed that spray against Quantum Rage. Maybe things could have been different.
Definitely, hopefully could have been, but that has not been the case. Nevertheless, I mean, 2-man strong, they still walk away with 3 elimination points all by their lonesome. So a decent play for their side on the other front as we move on through to the final few moments of this game. As we move on into the 5th zone, the Fishers are being toast right now from the side of TUF as they take on the fights against the players of Magnus as they make that rotation. We do have, of course, clarity on the other side of all of this, but 52x Rage, the only team that is sitting in the comfort of the zone, and all of these teams, they are around in the vicinity, but they are yet not in the zone itself, and that is where 52x Rage definitely get the limelight of this zone. But will they be able to sustain that position, as that is the only compound, in fact, that they have in control. That's the only compound in the zone, so for now they have that advantage going for them. On the talk about the fights themselves, we do have, of course, Quantum. They have jumped into the water as they try and get out of there. Clarity will be around the vicinity. Drolan as well as Zabian are getting bamboozled by those nade parades from the side of Quantum Rage, and IQ, the dude, is definitely spraying on point, damaged a lot, but that elimination has not yet been delivered to him.
Oh, now look at this nade coming in from IQ. Not in the perfect spot just yet. Sirius trying to get back. Well, look at Drolan. Very, very low, but still sticking to that water. Now Sirius should be able to get the revive right after this moment right here, and we'll see Quantum Rage back on their feet, but still stuck on that shoreline now. The edge of the shoreline, it's in the circle, so we're going to have that fight erupt between Quantum Rage and Clarity sooner rather than later, and actually make that sooner, as we see that knock coming through. Now Quantum Rage, they're trying to deny Clarity the shoreline, but Clarity, they have the man advantage if they're able to get 420 Bowie back on his feet.
Well, right behind them is also going to be the one flying player from the side of Freestyle, who could also be the X factor that Clarity did not anticipate, so they have to be careful about that as well. On the other front, as we move on through to the north of the zone, we do have 4vTFD making a push into the zone against the players of TMW, where the 2 players who are still surviving, Reaper X with only a 30% health, along with Marlega not looking too good, getting damaged again and again. With the nade parade being showcased from 4vTFD, it is looking tougher and tougher luck situation for TMW, because Reaper X, the one player surviving, is not going to be able to make it, because one side is the nade parade and all the utilities, on the other were the bullets, and that is going to be the end of their side. With that 17 surviving, Clarity Esports have made it to the edge of that water. Right next to them, of course, is going to be Quantum, where JD is pushing with his UMP, and right now it is going to be Zipian right next to him that he does not see. And that's going to be the end of him. Whoa. Quantum Rage. What have you done, JD? That was... sheesh. But then again, I mean, that is what happens in the battleground, where things get really heated up and you don't really have that much time to respond.
Yeah, exactly. Extremely heated up right there, like you said, and it did end up meaning that a key error was made. But hey, such is the case. Not much that can be done now. It will be instead Team Star and Team TUF that benefit off of this, because Clarity and Quantum Rays, they really whittle down each other's numbers, and now 52x Rage as well chiming in there, picking up the scraps. With that, we've got SALTxi8 engaged on a fight with 4 VTFD, trying to get that northern side control. This has to be a game for 52x Rage to pick up the chicken dinner. They've got the only major compound, like small cover area that is there in this circle. Every other area open right now.
Exactly, and that is definitely pushing their luck if they're not able to get this. But hey, look at Team Star. The two-man squad have jumped in. Oh, never mind my word. Two-man squad is what they've turned out to be, where Emerge has been brought down to his knees. My word, once again, another player goes down. One final player surviving. That's going to be God Fury. And it is going to be 52x Rage, who are just trying to eliminate out on for hunger and kill. And look at that, God Fury with his Karel. Bling in two amazing knock and spray. With that, a massive blow and turn of events towards the side of Team Star, where now this is the team that could maybe get the control of this compound, where they have left 52x Rage with a two-man squad. They themselves are left with a two-man squad, wherein now SALTxi8 have also moved in. So 52x Rage just a couple of minutes ago were looking very much in control, but now it seems like TUF, based on the numbers advantage, could very well retaliate.
Oh, they most certainly could. Now look at this 52x Rage. They're trying to shut down SALTxi8. SALTxi8, we've seen this from them so many times before, where they take over a team's beneficial position and they punish them for being in there without looking out. SALTxi8, they've knocked down one player and finished him off. Now looking towards the rest, they've got that 3v3 situation now. SALTxi8, they get the victory in terms of that fight. They whittled down 52x's Rage number, and Star also took advantage of that by taking a part of the compound for themselves. From looking like a team that might win it all, 52x Rage suddenly with everything to lose. And really at this point, in this situation where they might not be able to get themselves out of, and suddenly the chances have changed so drastically, Blotter, we've got a team like TUF with a sudden circle shift, in control of that circle with the numbers advantage, looking for a chicken dinner.
Absolutely, this was bound to happen. I mean, you cannot have that compound stay in the zone for so long. But hey, it is Team Star who have yet not pushed on, and they are still trying to get the game working for them. They are going to get one more player eliminated. The numbers advantage that TUF had is not going to be favoring them, wherein Virus has been eliminated, and now it is going to be Osama, who is slowly but surely looking on to take another knock and confirm kill. And that's going to be Joker going down, Thor going down, Edgar, the only player surviving, and out in the open for the side of Team TUF is the man left to be able to give those revivals. But Team SALTxi8, they are being a little quiet. They are not necessarily taking on a lot of fights right now. They are not entirely sure what exactly they're fighting for. But Team Star, I mean, this team is just absolutely penciling down whatever position, whatever angle that they can find. But now, as they've moved away from their attention for TUF, this is where TUF will definitely be able to get those numbers advantage back up again, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll have to see though. It looks very, very difficult the way it's all situation. TUF, they look like they looked like they were in full control, but they lost consecutive number of members, leaving them stuck in a very weird situation. As the lobby right now, it seems like SALTxi8, while they have that two-man advantage, they are stuck towards that northern part of the circle where they can't leave. It's all about the timings of the rotations. 52x Rage, they will get eliminated, but SALTxi8 and Star right now in a bit of a standoff situation where Star elects to make the first move. They're trying to get on out, but Osama has already been knocked by SALTxi8. Osama will be finished, leaving God Fury in a position where he's just going to be praying that he gets to hold on and he gets to play it safe, because otherwise it's looking quite difficult for the side of Star to pull off something. TUF again in control of this lobby. They have the three-man squad. They're going to find the knock onto Uzum and deal a ton of damage to God Fury. Surely is their chicken dinner at this point.
They definitely have to have this one. Again, three players all standing for the side of Team TUF. One player already knocked from the side of SALTxi8. The numbers advantage working in favor of TUF. No two ways about it. This has to be their game. And now as they push on against the one final player, reviews from the side of SALTxi8, easily completing that storyline and getting that chicken dinner for their side. A wonderful turn of events with 8 elimination points for the side of Team TUF, walking away with the chicken dinner. A decent play on the turn of opportunity for the side of SALTxi8 indeed. And again, I have to mention this, but I think the MVP of all of those fights definitely was Team Star, because that team, they were all across the board, from damaging the positioning of TUF to then going back to SALTxi8 to then pincering down 52x Rage, just all over, but definitely in control of the fight Star were.
Yeah, 100%. Team TUF though doing brilliantly to pick up that winner chicken dinner. A team that has slowly been on the rise throughout the Super Weekend. They were delivering consistent performance after consistent performance in those first 2 days, and they get rewarded with that winner chicken dinner right here, and they're going to be certainly feeling extremely proud of that simple fact now. First match over was quite a cautious one altogether. We had the standard circle.
True.
Teams really, I think, hesitating a second too much. I wonder if that changes at all going into the rest.
I don't think so. Again, I mean, all these teams, they know exactly what they're up against. They know what to expect from their opponent, what to expect from the final zone and the final circles. And yeah, you so perfectly mentioned, they're playing it down to the T, and every single decision is being thought about and decisively being pushed on or across. And that is what we are here for. That is the kind of play style that we anticipate from these teams when the stakes are so high.
Most certainly, and it's going to be an exciting affair with the rest of the day continuing as well. I hope that this time the client is able to handle the heat from the very start. You saw it took a few seconds for really the intensity of the Super Weekend as it is right now to kick in, but once it did, it was a phenomenal match altogether. TUF once again picking up that winner chicken dinner. But what I especially liked, Blotter, was the fact that in that top half, besides SALTxi8, who've sort of become a mainstay, we saw mostly teams from the bottom part of the table really starting to push back.
Right. Absolutely. With that, we are, of course, done with the first game. A lot of more conversations, a lot of more stats to talk about. But before we do so, it's time to take that short little break. We are going to be right back.
Go!
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Like we were talking about, a brilliant chicken dinner for Team TUF, Blotter. That was the end of match one for our day one, and really the discussion comes back to the zone again. It did feel like the PUBG Mobile gods didn't reset at the start, and then I realized, hey, we can't have the same zone. Let's shift it from the island towards the mainland. 52x Rage were in full control after that. But again, the aggressiveness of teams like SALTxi8, I feel like that's what you really have got to look out for, because they are showing time and time again what conviction can get you in a lobby.
That is, again, I think less words to describe what SALTxi8 does every single time they jump into a fight, right? And again, that's the reason why when it comes to the Pakistan region, SALTxi8's name is known all across the country when it comes to the battleground of PUBG Mobile. Along with that, as we move on through to the side of MVP, yep, it has to be Team Star's God Fury, as I was mentioning earlier as well. When it came down to those final fights, the MVP has to be Team Star, and of course God Fury is the man from the side with 6 elimination, 4 knocks confirmed, along with 1 assist, with a total of 754 damage that he was able to dish out. He was part of all the fights in those final zones. He was damaging Salt, he was damaging 52x Rage's position, he was bringing in a lot of sprays towards TUF. Had the side of Team Star had numbers advantage held for themselves, they could have gotten this game, I would say.
Yeah, it most certainly was possible, but I think really similar story for 52x Rage as well, where it looked possible for a second till everything just disappeared because of one single fight initiated very well by SALTxi8, and similarly for Star just got off in that fight trying to escape. And at this point, I think for teams it's all about being able to continuously maneuver themselves around such dicey situations, and I would say TUF in that regard did so brilliantly. Even in the stats you can see, right, they didn't really take too many fights till they knew they were in control, they knew they had an advantage, and that's why their damage dealt a lot more than their eliminations. Patience really paid off for TUF here.
Absolutely. I mean, they have completely utilized the zone, the rotation, the position of the other teams as well as their own, the numbers advantage, of course, definitely something that TUF does try and work towards. And this time around, they did so perfectly as well. And in doing so, they walk away with, again, an high frag, an 8 elimination chicken dinner. So a perfect game to start the day for the side of Team TUF. Same for the side of course, Team Star. And SALTxi8, I mean, they're doing what they do best. What they know best as well, right? They don't know how to fall underneath that 5th position unless they get eliminated in the 16th position itself. And yeah, so SALTxi8, they're just in a league of their own. Just trying to get as many points. Maybe by the end of this game. No. Probably not. I'm just trying to calculate. 17 points is what this team is sitting at, and they, I believe, with 17 points ought to be able to actually jump the 300-point marker. That is going to be the total points that this team has been able to accumulate. That's for the side of Team Star i8.
Yeah, and really, that's what I really like about this match ranking. You see TUF, Star, 52x Rage, all three teams, you know, that are towards the middle of the pack, really stepping up with respect to the performance right here in this final day now. What we also will hope to witness is teams starting to challenge SALTxi8 a little bit more, because I will say in that regard, SALTxi8 is able to continuously stay a step ahead of their opposition. In this match, you can see H2E, first team eliminated, QWERTY nowhere near, SALTxi8 get a casual 17 points, keep increasing their lead.
Exactly, that is so true, and I would absolutely love if because again, the entirety of the lobby knows where SALTxi8 is going to be when it comes to the map of Erangel, right? I mean, they're going to be on that military base. Just go on, pincer down on those bridges, one near the ferry pier, one near the Novo, and just have that perfect synergistic play against one team and only one team. That's going to be SALTxi8. That would be crazy battleground where a new rule book has to be written if that ends up happening in a league, but yeah, I mean, to be absolutely blunt about the conversation, SALTxi8, they're in a league of their own. There is no team that is wanting to contest them, that can even try and contest them, because every single time any team tries to take on the fight, SALTxi8, the amazing experience that they've been able to collect over the years, it is just so apart from all the other teams. And look at this massive rotation being made from the side of TUF. And same, of course, for the case of Clarity as well, as we did see the side of TUF, they love to go down towards Giorgio as well. They saw the zone and they were like, all right, let's go directly towards our loot and then try and get into the comfort of the zone. And as they did so, they tried to slowly from the edge creep in through the western flank, and were easily, because from the northern side, right, on that northern island, as we can see, there were only a few select teams. There was TUF, there was 52x Rage, then came in SALTxi8, and that too came in from the Rozhok area. So a very few select teams were on the north side of this zone, and that's where TUF just had the numbers advantage, and they just held that ground strong for themselves.
Yeah, exactly, and really did feel like TUF played that match to a T. I'm excited to see if they're able to continue on, because one thing that has been the case with them is that while they have time and time again been able to find the ability to really hurt many a team, many a top team, and get these chicken dinners, it's only been one.
Right.
You know, it's not really gone to the mark where they are finding themselves in a spot where they're propelling themselves all the way up the standings, the way, say, Quantum Rage did all the way back in Super Weekend 1, and they haven't found that level of momentum yet. But maybe a chicken dinner in your very first match in day 3, that's the way you get that started.
Perhaps that's exactly how you confirm your positioning right there. And with that, as we move on through to the Oppo F21 Pro moments, this is where MetershotxSKY lost 2 of their players in the first 5 minutes of the game altogether itself. But the 2 players who did still remain for MetershotxSKY walked away with 3 elimination points all by their lonesome. And then we had a little bit of, in fact, then after those moments, we had a lot of spur of moment action taking place all across the map from one team to the next.
Yeah, exactly. And it did feel like at that point, for most of these teams, they were in a situation where the match was less in their control as compared to the circles, really, because of the way it was changing. And you can see that here in this interaction between IQ and XGeneration's player. Really well done from IQ. Normally you can't shoot in the water, but hey, if you're in a car, I guess that works out.
Absolutely. And again, that's so perfect to his name as well, right? Not entirely sure what MetershotxSKY player thought. I mean, there's a car, you know there's a vehicle there. As soon as IQ changes seat, he'll have control over his gun. Why are you just... anyways, so that happened. And again, Quantum Rage showcased why IQ is such a phenomenal player from their side.
Yeah, exactly. Quantum Rage really able to have that player shine. You know, IQ has been again and again for their team one of the standout players, one of the main ones in regards to creating a lot of opportunities for the team altogether. But I think what is also really important for us to start looking at is how this performance from IQ is going to result in a lot more from Quantum Rage, because not a bad start over here in match 1, but again, not something that reminds us of the dominance they showed in day 1 or day 2 of the Super Weekend 1. And I'm starting to wonder, maybe we'll never get to see that domination till, of course, we reach the grand finals itself. For Team TUF, you could see the victory right there. It's not even much jubilation. It's almost like, yeah, we were expecting it. Easy claps.
Yep, the day's just started. This is just how we're going to be starting our day, and there's no early celebrations because we've still got 4 games to go across, and those 4 games also are going to be like this, is what they seem to be thinking. And of course, maybe they might just be able to, because this is a wonderful start for their side. As we move on through these towers of damage, we look on to FS. 1 elimination point, 117, and then the entire team gets eliminated. Move away from that to the team of XGeneration, 800 damage, but only 2 elimination points that they were able to accumulate. Team QWERTY, 579 damage, only 2. Again, I mean, the diverse amount of fights that we were just talking about in the Oppo moments as well. This is the reason. I mean, there were so many crazy fights and third-party situations that ended up happening that a few of them got amazing conversion of those fights, and a few of them were just not able to get those elimination points.
Yeah, exactly. And it really did feel like that that simple factor came down to teams more or less stuck in that spot where they were not really dictating their pace. But look at this team, TUF, making a meteoric rise through the rankings. Number 5, they've unseated Clarity and got the 200-point mark. While they're at it, their 3rd chicken dinner, 2 of which have been picked up in the last 2 days. So clearly ramping up their performance, Team TUF.
Absolutely, and of course, the team that we want to be able to see a chicken dinner from is, of course, still missing that mark. That's going to be the side of Team QWERTY, with the 0 chicken dinners, sitting very comfortably on that 3rd spot with the exact same number of points as Team H2E, who sits with 4 chicken dinners, 238 points for both of them. Just ludicrous how the side of Team QWERTY is playing. And again, dudes, I mean, come on, from the side of Team QWERTY, don't you want those $500? I mean, the team above them, below them are sitting at $2,000, and they are just like, all right, never mind. We've got bigger fishes to fry, and maybe they'll get a big chunk of all of that money directly in the finals. But anyhow, whatever that speculatory question answer be, as we move on through to the second page now, there's no speculation out here. MetershotxSKY Esports, yeah, need to really start chiming in. With 91 points, they're close, almost like 18 points shy of that position above them. But the play style that they are playing, this is not helping them at all.
Yeah, it's looking quite dire for a couple of teams in that bottom 10. But I think MetershotxSKY Esports, they will be able to comfortably get past FMXR3D. The question is, will they be able to get past the grounders while they're at it, and then try to push on for the top 10? You know, that's what you want to ideally achieve in the end of the Super Weekend, get the top 10. But we'll have to see. You know, I think Miramar can be a game where MetershotxSKY Esports might be forced to slow down naturally itself. You know, even in this game, we saw them caught out in quite a few moments, really making unnecessary moves, some unnecessary aggression, and it ended up hurting them. We'll have to see, maybe in the match of Miramar right here, they can somehow fix that and then look to continue that momentum going into Erangel. But either ways, I just want to see something spicy in Miramar because we've seen spicy stuff in Erangel. Sanhok is naturally spicy, so Miramar is where I want to see that spicy nature come through. Like, just give me an urban finish, man. Maybe like around Los Leones, maybe even around San Martin Mountains. Yeah, it's normal generally, but it hasn't happened in this PMPL, at least in the Super Weekend. So I really want to see something like that come through.
Well, you called it. You called it. That could very well be the case, as so perfectly mentioned by you. In the Super Weekend, we've yet to see an urban finish, basically, as so mentioned by you, right? So maybe Los Leones is going to be the position that we might see that zone fall on down towards. We could maybe see a completely different turn of events, but in overall, what we are definitely going to be rooting for is a quick and dirty game on this map of Miramar, because these teams now, they need to get really aggressive, and therefore I'm calling for a dirty game, because again, if they end up playing this sort of a cheeky playstyle that is being showcased in the lobby, then we already know what the result is going to be, and that is not what we want. We want there to be a little bit of masala, as fixes is going to be coming up in the next game, and for this game to end, there has to be quite a lot of well, I'm not entirely sure third parties, but definitely a little bit of contestations, maybe. Come on, teams, come on, maybe showcase a little bit of that.
I just want to see something different. Like, I 100% take those contestations if they can give it to me. But in Miramar, it's one of the bigger maps over here in our hands. So usually there are a lot of options for teams, which means rarely do we ever get to see those contestations. And with this standard drop coming on over from the northeast part of the map, heading on towards the western part of the map, Los Leones circle looks quite likely, Blotter. Here, maybe we'll get what we want.
Hey, it is possible. It is definitely possible. Or the circle throws a complete curveball and takes us all the way down to prison base.
Ooh.
I mean, prison island, you rarely, seldom ever have I seen. Once in my lifetime have I seen a zone that goes down towards prison, actually. So yeah, that's definitely out of the question, especially in the esports arena. But yeah, that would definitely be something to look forward to, towards both the Palacio, towards Los Leones, or again, I mean, we've seen the zone go towards water treatment, towards graveyard, somewhere along the Montenueno power grid region also we've seen. But overall, again, a different approach is what we're anticipating from the zone, and a different approach from these teams is also something that would definitely be invited from my side. And of course, for now, it is going to be MeterShot going for that Campo Militar. Again, a very known drop location for the side of MeterShot, because they do not like contestations in the early few minutes of the game, so they're going to find their peace and tranquil all by themselves. And of course, we can see SALTxi from the side of MeterShot has jumped on towards Cruz del Vela, and he is going to try and get himself a vehicle for his teammates on the other front. MetershotxSKY very close into proximity against FS, but of course, with that VSS, Avenger OP is trying, but it's going to be a little too far and a little too late to try and get those shots connected.
Do get to see some initial action, but not more so in that regard. We got this very standard central circle here. Very likely it ends up around that Monte Nuevo power grid mountain area to the very south of Hacienda del Patron. But right now, teams in their standard drop locations, we've got a lot of contestation actually naturally towards the center of the circle, with TmW, QWERTY, Magnus, Star, Freestyle, SALTxi8 all in vicinity of each other. So if one team decides to take a crack at the other, it could really change quite quickly. But at this point, it does seem to be that teams are shying away from doing that. They want to just focus rather on being able to get their rotations on, get their weapons online, and it's not surprising. Mostly. Oh, actually, never mind. SALTxi8. I'm assuming he fell out of the car. Yeah, he's standing on the car, so I'm assuming they had a bit of a, crash.
Stumble.
Yeah.
Well. All right. So, do we have any changes in the drops? Not really. Interestingly enough, this time we are looking at... Oh no, never mind. It is SALTxi8 going down towards Los Leones. I thought it was Clarity, but on the other front, we do have MetershotxSKY also going down towards Los Leones. Again, we do see them do that many times. Towards south of Los Leones exactly is where we see Clarity is down to their drop location towards the prison island-ish. 52x Rage going all the way to the trailer park. Again, nothing new there. So once again, don't seem to be looking at any early contestations or first blood situations right here. But the only team that have a really fanned out approach or drop is going to be the side of Quraysh, as one of their teammates is in LSR, whereas all the rest of them are creating a different league.
Yeah, Quraysh with quite an interesting drop right here. You got Mani split apart. They're in that 3-1 split. I wonder if it was intentional or rather forced out because of the way the circle is. Maybe they wanted multiple entries into that circle. Mani can secure that Junkyard Mountain area, which could be quite crucial to third party. All of that middle fight that could come on when the circle does shift, but still it does mean that they are separated, and it does open the floor for a lot of situations where he might get caught off guard by teams like MetershotxSKY or teams like Quantum Bridge. Either ways, we'll have to see. Teams currently very much standard in their approach, so I do see QWERTY and TMW getting quite close to each other, a little more closer, and surely there's going to be shots that get fired.
Uh-oh, this is tricky situation that these teams find themselves in. QWERTY and TMW, and of course it was actually TMW. In fact, QWERTY was the one who started taking on those early fights and knocks against the players of TMW. One knock and elimination was confirmed, and then TMW's players retaliated and completely destroyed Team QWERTY. So this is perhaps their way of making each other known that, all right, there seems to be a rivalry being created right here, mates. Do you want to have that Wild West, battle gun approach going on right here or not? But again, for now, things have kind of quieted down. They do know that they are close to each other. Of course, TMW have those information based on not only audio cues, but also the height advantage that they have on top of this mountain. But it seems QWERTY, they are going to be falling back from that position. And of course, that is definitely going to be the right decision for them for now.
And the way things are situated, it does feel like QWERTY will look to just get out of here. Quite surprising. I think QWERTY is the team that I was expecting to take the aggressive note, but it really tells you how important for them those points are to maintain the consistency more than anything. I don't even think it's about the actual points. I think it's more about the fact that if they let themselves go down once, they'll get into the habit of letting it happen again and again. They'll get into the habit of making those key errors, and I like that. I like the discipline.
Yeah, that's required as well, because again, I mean, they do have to play it consistently, right? And that is something that this team is doing from day one pretty much itself, and that is the reason why they have been able to find themselves on the top of that leaderboard with with no chicken dinner working in this team's favor. So they are definitely, again, that experience speaking truly for their side, and that of course is the reason why this team has been so very good in terms of the gameplay that they've been able to showcase. And now, after maintaining that distance, they are going to be holding the lines and looking at how TMW is going to be retaliating.
TMW, they've taken the high ground, Blotto, just waiting for QWERTY to make that first move to try and catch them out on the rotations, but won't find anything because QWERTY themselves, you can see, quite comfortable staying where they are. But hold on, Khan takes a shot actually. Again, downs Khan. We saw this interaction in game 1 for our first elimination. Khan v Khan, the battle of the Khans, and it was QWERTY's Khan that found the win there. We'll see if this time TMW's Khan can get one back.
Well, that definitely is going to be an opportunity and possibility, and TMW Khan goes down, where Team QWERTY now, it seems, are going to be looking pretty comfortable in terms of taking this fight, and they are... Well, yes, they are definitely not going to be running away from the position, as they did seem to be doing a few moments ago. And now with that one knock confirmed, it is going to be TMW's position to try and retaliate and not allow Team QWERTY to push. But it seems Wolverine, with his nade being cooked, no, he is not. It is a smoke that he was cooking, and now his vehicle dropped. It is not looking easy for the side of Team QWERTY to be able to make this push from this distance.
I think teams just trying to continuously take pot shots at each other, though. Another knock picked up right there for QWERTY. Destroyer going down. Khan, though, has been traded on the other side now. Destroyer find Reaper. Reaper going down, and it does mean that currently these teams, they are in a bit of a stalemate, just trading blows with each other, but are causing a lot of damage to each other, and it's going to really benefit teams like Star, XGeneration, Magnus, who are right next to them. And you can see exactly that fact coming into play here as Respect finds that long range knock on Destroyer. Suddenly QWERTY feeling that pressure from multiple angles. Surely now they disengage and back off.
They ought to. They definitely have to. I mean, the experience this team has is being showcased in terms of the flank angle that they created. But once again, the one thing that they've completely forgotten is the fact that they are in the center of the zone. There are going to be other teams, and with that, the first blood coming in, it is going to be XGeneration's Thug taking that first blood situation in his hands. On the other side, for the side of course, TMW, this is definitely going to be a sigh of relief because they, a few moments ago, seemed like were going to be biting their own teeth, to be very blunt and honest, with the way that they were being pushed from the side of Team QWERTY. But now, with Team QWERTY in a little bit of a damaging position, it is looking like TMW might just be able to get away from that fight or even try and retaliate, because now they have Magnus helping them out, and we can also see MetershotxSKY jumping into San Martin as well. So a lot of teams that are now going to be in the vicinity of the teams that we were looking at, of the team fights that we were looking at.
And I really feel this next circle is going to shift away from San Martin to a certain extent and involve one of the mountains in the periphery. And you can see several of those mountains. On the northern side, you've got Quantum Rage having taken control of one. On the northeast, the eastern side, MetershotxSKY had control of that mountain, but instead electing, like you said, to come into San Martin altogether. And then 4v with a nifty one towards their west. All of this leading into the hot pot that San Martin is very likely to become. It's really like, curfew time altogether in the city, where if you get out for a second even, you're going to get continuously punished by all of these teams in your periphery. And that's why teams in San Martin right now are going to have to play it safe. Having said that though, I'm noticing this small area around Picardo, that compound that nobody has in control. The circle continues to take a centralized shift. Either the mountains around Picardo or that compound maybe could come into play.
There is definitely an opportunity and a possibility where I do see Team Clarity around in the vicinity of that area, where they might just be able to get up on top over there. But of course, right across them is going to be their competition, TUF. And now we've got Freestyle also jumping in around that exact same position that you were talking about. With that, a wonderful SLR shots being taken from the side of Khan from Team QWERTY, but to no vein, and in just a couple of minutes later, he himself was dropped down and low. So this fight that Team QWERTY ended up taking against TMW has definitely not resulted in them getting anything out of that, because they gave up their information, they gave up the position that they were at, and now, of course, as soon as they try and get away from that position, it is going to be crosshairs that are going to be following them. With that, Freestyle jumping in, as I was just mentioning, and SALTxi8 being at the receiving end.
And that's the second game in a row Blade has been caught separately from his team. Very, very weird right here for SALTxi8. Not something you expect, but hey, you know what? They're most likely going to end up in the top half anyways, because they're SALTxi8.
Exactly. So there's no two ways about it. They already are with 300 plus points, No other team has reached that marker as of now, at least. And no matter if the team ends up playing with a two-man squad, no matter if the team ends up not playing a game as well, still SALTxi8 are in the lead. It's just the way it is. It's just written like that for them.
Yeah, it's all destiny, guys. And SALTxi8, they have a destiny in the international arena, They're trying to just make it there. It's a narrative we talked about plenty of time before. Right now, look at this. Quantum Rage could get caught by XGeneration quite in that open area. They're going to try to make the rotation happen as they look to get into these compounds or look to get high ground. But XGeneration, they have their eye on them. Can they find the first knock and result in a firefight coming through? Or will Quantum Rage just go around them? Wow, they're just going to go around them. They just
Rage has
they
a
literally
different
just
read.
Oh, and that read is absolutely correct.
Yes, exactly right. It was just, premeditated or whatever. But in hindsight, that definitely worked out. Look at that perfect play that they made, and that, of course, is going to result in them getting away and earlier into the safety of the zone itself. And look at that zone, dude! Right in the center, we've got MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, and with a huge mountain in their control, TUF, they'll take the second peak of that mountain. Primary peak still with North, they can't really peek out to fight because they've got TUF in their back right now. Similarly, SALTxi8 in that mountain range on the southeastern side of it, just holding on. 4 teams in control of this circle. It is Freestyle, MetershotxSKY, TUF, and SALTxi8. Though Clarity coming in will look to try and contest that. This is when the fights start erupting, Blotter. This is when teams start feeling a little a little of that ownership factor. Like, no, this is my area. Get the heck out of here.
Well. All right, bombs being thrown right here, CA. But indeed, when it comes down to that sort of a play, I can anticipate emotions getting a part of it, right? But a bit too early, mate, a bit too early. Because, yes, that is going to be the playground of how the fight could be set up. But keep in mind the numbers, right? I mean, we've still got 16 teams. 62 players are still alive. So as soon as these teams get themselves in the safety net or a compound or on top of a hill or a mountain, they need to better be prepped and equipped that, yes, they might have the information, but as soon as they start taking on those fights, they're giving away audio cues, and that's when third parties are going to be invited onto their positions itself. So again, it is anybody's lobby for the moment, even though as you look onto the zone itself, these three teams are very much looking in comfort where it comes to getting the information. MetershotxSKY, when it comes to taking on the fight, SALTxi8, when it comes to all the things rest of the teams might and might not do, is going to be Team TmwEsports,
no, Black.
where Team... My apologies, go ahead.
I was just scared for Black for a second because look at where he is, surrounded by MetershotxSKY.
Yep, indeed, all by himself. And of course, Ash does not have a vehicle, but Black certainly does. So if his Black is like, all right, kumbaya, mate, I am out of here. You stick your neck out for too long, and of course, you are going to get fumbled down. And FS Black realized that real soon. So he's going to fall back to his teammates, and a wonderful decision made right there for the side of FS. On the other front, Team QWERTY, still, I mean, this team started taking on those fights from out in the open. They got caught from the side of Magnus, and since then, they've just been running away from one hill to the next to try and find some safety net.
Yeah, but they're all occupied. Like, you knock over here, you've got a Reaper, you knock over there, you've got another Reaper. This time, the Reaper is Quraysh, trying to shut them down. Meanwhile, Clarity and Magnus engaged in a fight to try to get Picardo control. This is where it all starts popping off, because now you can see teams like S2E, like 4VTFD, they will chime in, but the circle is taking a sudden shift. And all of these teams, with the exception of TUF and SALTxi8, all outside the circle. It's going to become a pedal to the metal to try and get their way in. And this is where 52X-Rays, they're one step ahead, but the rest, they're going to get caught out. A lot of knocks to be found right here in the play zone. It chimes in as well. Harry getting caught by the play zone. That's not what we expect this early.
Okay, so now we've got H2E, who have not had a good start of the day, and oh my word, the second game also not looking too good for the side of Quraysh Esports. They finally seem to be opening up their banks in terms of the defeats number, as they did get that one knock at the OP right now, but it seems like the zone, of course, is going to be giving him a lot of damage, and that's what he will try and prioritize, and he is going to be able to do that successfully, and thus going to be a 4-man strong. But as we come back to Team A2E, Assad, once again, the final player remaining for the side of Team H2E, are not having a good day 3 of the second Super Weekend. Same, of course, is the case for MetershotxSKY, but let's see which way this fight goes as they take on FS.
Oh, just nade parade. If you land a good one, you can get it through. But Tyrant, he's getting caught with a nade in his hand. Still pulls back the fight for a second, but not for too long. Maxi able to make the 1v1 happen for his team, get that advantage, and now MetershotxSKY, they look to get real aggressive over Freestyle. Remember, they're in that mountain range that they can continue to cozy on to get into the circle, so winning this fight for them, it would be absolutely humongous, because then they get the northern edge to themselves, but they've got to do it quick. I see Star in their radar starting to come into the picture soon. If these teams stall this fight for too long, Star will come and most likely take over.
Well, that is true indeed, and we shall... Again, for now, it is looking like MetershotxSKY's Night Parade is definitely working for them. They are slowly but surely keeping FS on the track, on the back. But, as so perfectly mentioned by you, Team Star is in the back. But it seems like Team Star actually is going to be getting away from the position. He is, or rather the entirety of Team Star actually, is not going to be sticking around as they make that late north rotation to get into the zone from the eastern flank, as they will allow Freestyle and MetershotxSKY to continue on with this fight.
Oh, but look at this. This is what I was talking about, Star. They start chiming in. Freestyle, a player has been knocked from the back, and suddenly Freestyle, they have to contest with 2. They're stuck in a sandwich between MetershotxSKY and Team Star. And Freestyle, they don't even have all of their teammates. One has been knocked. Black left all on his lonesome, trying to just hold on for dear life, but not able to do so. Similarly, on the western edge of the circle, you see TUF. They were able to hold on to their high point, gatekeep Quantum Rage, and eliminate them all together. And TUF coming out as big winners in that regard, because honestly, I feel like they've got the best mountain in the circle right now. But finally, you can see with Freestyle's damage done, Brystar, North are the one that capitalized. They shut both of them down most likely and will be able to take control. But again, I feel like it's taken a second too long, Blotter. The blue zone starting to play a part in all of these fights now.
Well, it definitely has now. 200, almost 300 meters is what this final player for the side of FS is going to have to travel towards. Same is the case for TmwEsports as well, as they are still in that same exact position. As we move on back to the other fight, or the side of the fight of the map, is going to be Team TUF trying to stop QWERTY in their tracks, and it is TmwElf out in the open trying to make a run for it. But is it a bit too late for him, because his teammate Zibyan is a little too far off, and again QWERTY not looking too good because one of their players has already been drawn down, and Magnus jumping in will be the one that will deliver a massive blow on the other side. As we take ourselves back to that fight that we just left, Team Star is going to be crushing the dreams of NES, as TmwEsports has been brought down to just a one-man army before Team Star themselves get eliminated. A lot of ruckus being showcased right here in the 5th zone.
Yeah, and all of these teams, they are mostly concentrated around each other. You got Magnus and Cairo trying to make the fight happen along the highway, but shut down by QWERTY, while TUF comes down, raining in from their mountains as the team to wrap it all up, but they've got to do it quick. And they do so with TmwElf, finishing him off real nice and easy. Now, I really like TUF's approach here. They've left that 3-man squad to engage in the fight near the edge of that blue zone, while one player, Virus, goes on forward as the scout to make sure that they have an easy entry into the circle, which they will now, making their rotations happen. Similarly, with this circle going towards the edge of Los Leones, potentially giving us that urban finish we were asking for. Not entirely urban finish, but somewhat of an urban finish, as SALTxi8 and 52x Rage have made the early moves and got the compounds in their control. But look at SALTxi8's positioning. They've left Reviews in the back to try and deny teams moving in on the rotation, but Reviews in a 1v4 against MetershotxSKY almost. What can he do?
Just hold on and pray, mate. Just hold on and pray. That's all that he can do. Of course, now we do have 4 of the players of Metershot jumping in. No way that the dude is going to be able to hold them all by himself.
A little weird. He saw that player coming out first too and just held his position, expecting not to be seen. I'm not sure why, but maybe just trying to play hide and seek, and well, he was seeked and killed along the way. The SALTxi8 now down to just a 2-man squad, but again, they've got a crucial compound in their control, so should be able to play it safe for those placement points. And it will be team in that regard, as the fights have dimmed down for a second with the way the circle is right now and the massive gap that was there between the teams in the circle and the teams that came through. Most of the fights, they happened towards the edge of the last one, and now starting to slow down a little bit in that regard. But right now, MetershotxSKY, they have the potential to continue on with the momentum that they were able to remove Reviews with and try to shut them down. But classic SALTxi8, man, they do a ton of damage to MetershotxSKY, and they get some help from unlikely frenemies almost in Quraysh, who are hanging out behind them being like, no MetershotxSKY, those are our eliminations, don't touch SALTxi8.
Exactly, and that all is going to be helping the one-man army that is going to be sitting up on top of Quraysh's compound and apartment. That is going to be the side of Team QWERTY, the one final lad who is just holding himself very, very calmly. That's going to be Khan, and nobody knows exactly where he's at. And well, again, we'll come back to that dude because nobody is disturbing him. But for now, Metershot is in a lot of trouble, and same could be the same for the case for SALTxi8 if Quraysh decides to backstab them as well, because of course we did just see Adiop got a little bit of a sneak peek as to where exactly are the players of SALTxi8. A perfectly set up nade or a Molotov could definitely push SALTxi8 out of that position.
Look at this, trying to perfectly set up those sprays. But talking about perfectly set up, man, second match in the row, the circle insanely going in favor of 52x Rage. First time around, it was SALTxi8 who shot them down, denied them that chicken dinner. This time I'm looking at TUF. Maybe we'll try to do the same. But surely this time 52x Rage are actually able to capitalize on the advantage the circle is giving them and pull something off for their team. Either ways though, that perfect nade you were talking about, it comes through. SALTxi8 caught in that tiny area, they get shut down and eliminated as MetershotxSKY, specifically Kian, able to make it happen. Now Khan on a huge drop. Oh, that's going to mean his end.
Nope, he tried.
Oh,
He definitely tried, but it was just a little too late. With that, 4 teams remaining. We've got 52x Rage. This time around, of course, SALTxi8 is not going to be part of this journey in the final few moments of the game, final few circles of the game itself. But 52x Rage, 4 players strong. We've got TUF once again with 4 players strong. MetershotxSKY jumping into this arena along with Quraysh Esports as well. So 4 teams with 4-player army. This is going to be an interesting final zone where, again, I mean, 52x Rage, they need those points. Same is the case for TUF, but none is going to be as desperate as Quraysh, I think.
I really like TUF's position in this entire circle right now, unless it takes a centralized shift and just closes around 52x Rage, in which case it's GGWP and 52x Rage should pick it up. But if it takes even somewhat of a different shift, TUF, they have a plethora of options. They can wait for 52x Rage to come out of the houses. They can wait for 52x Rage to try and make the rotation. And that timing factor, it could work out for them very well in their favor. But similarly for Quraysh, they've got a compound on the very edge of the circle. If it goes towards them, I think it will mean they can pick up the chicken dinner right here. I do see that airdrop coming right in front of TUF. Surely they will be able to extract that key weapon out of it, but will they be able to hold on? In the meantime, we'll have to see. As 52x Rage again getting caught out. Blotter, MetershotxSKY, they pick up the first knock on 52x Rage. They're moving in aggressively, and that nade could just mean the end of 52x Rage, despite again being in a situation where the circle set them up for success.
Well, again, I mean, MetershotxSKY, they definitely are reading the placement and position of this compound very well. They did set up those nades absolutely precisely, but same was the case from the side of 52x Rage, Pain indeed, and in doing so, the push that was being expected from the side of MetershotxSKY has dwindled down a little bit, has been pushed off to a side for now, because again, that nade from Pain definitely did give a knock-in blow towards one of the players from Metershot, and now it is going to be TUF Joker Sir also chiming in along, not allowing Metershot to get anywhere close to the compound right there. So again, a lot of third-party situations being showcased between these 3 teams, but in all of this, what is Quraysh up to, I wonder? Why are they being so very quiet? They did take on a little bit of a spray against TUF's placement as they tried to push on to take that take the loot, but apart from that, it is being very quiet the side of Quraysh for now.
I feel like nades are what is going to decide who is the winner chicken dinner in this lobby, because you got small parts of compounds in this circle right now. A small part of 52x Rage's compound, a small part of Quraysh's, which means they have to just huddle around in the same area. So one perfect nade could get more than one knock if you're able to land it in the right place. Right now, TUF, they're out in the open. They need to be continuously aware of their surroundings. And so far, they are able to do so. Already 8 eliminations in the bag. A 4-man strong unit trying to find the win and trying to potentially capitalize on this fight engaged between MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage. MetershotxSKY, they brought the pain to Pain. They've found 52x Rage with their pants down and eliminated almost all of their team members with the exception of Daku. And now TUF is like, okay, thank you, Daku's near us, we'll take care of him, we'll have that stable compound for ourselves.
I'm just trying to find Daku. Oh, there he is. Alright, so he's closed down into the placement where TUF is, TUF's compound is. So he was not into the same compound up top along with his teammates, and that is the reason why, again, the team has not been eliminated. But a wonderful push coming in from the side of Metershot, and indeed in doing so, they have the safety net of the compound working for them now, and now it is going to be the case for TUF to try and make a blow, and they are doing so perfectly with these perfectly set up angles against the compound of Metershot, where 2 of them have already been brought down to their knees. Helsi and Katir down. Kian and Ash are going to be the ones who will try and get that revival done. Katir has been given the revival. Helsi, in just a matter of seconds, will definitely be getting that confirmed as well. But once again, Quraysh has the opportunity. A perfectly set up nade parade from the side of the team will probably be the end. And look at that wonderful Molotov from Daku, given so much damage, but sadly no elimination point from TUF.
They'd slow them down for a second though, and I'll give that opportunity to the other teams out here to make the moves now. MetershotxSKY, they've got everyone back on their feet despite those 2 knocks. They will push forward to try and take Quraysh out of the equation. Able to finish off another player in money. And MetershotxSKY, they can keep looking to leverage this, but remember, with the way the circle is, TUF, they've got that stable area in the circle, trying to lob the nade in, but it doesn't land. Instead, Thor with a lovely spray downs Katir once again. Now through the smoke, Thor looking for more, but TUF in this small area, they keep burning to their deaths.
Well. Again, TUF, they're playing it down to perfection, the way they're controlling those angles and taking out those shots. And that is something that is keeping those numbers advantage up for them as well. As Quraysh now are going to have to move away from the compound that they were in. 17 meters is all they have to cover. But out in the open is where the side of Metershot as well as TUF are waiting. But dude, this is an onslaught where Edgar is the man of the hour who will definitely bring in the massive blow. But it is a 1v1 situation. And that also is going to be confirmed from the side of Edgar, where he will get that massive final blow, and MetershotxSKY is going to get eliminated. 2 teams surviving, but for the side of this team, TUF, Edgar, what exactly are you going to do? A 1v1 situation between RDOP, but look at the health advantage that RDOP is jumping in to this fight against, of course, Edgar.
For long though, the health advantage being nullified with the healing gate coming through. I don't even know who won that final fight. I think it was RDOP. Yeah, RDOP able to secure that fight for Quraysh Esports. The winner chicken dinner comes through, and even though it was a paltry one with just 3 eliminations, it had 500 USD in the bag for Quraysh Esports. Very well done by RDOP, specifically just playing that so damn smart with a ton of patience.
Exactly, but if only Edgar had more health, dude. He had bandages, but sadly, he did not have a first aid. If he would have had, it would have been a very wonderful 1v1, because the way he was able to completely pinch it down with his final bullet, the players of Metershot, it was a wonderful fight that he took. But in the end, of course, Quraysh, the patience paid off for them. And as we were talking about it, when the 4 teams were still surviving, we've still had Quraysh the most, not necessarily deserving, but the team that had to get the chicken dinner, and of course they did. So a GG play for them. So it's going to be A-OK for them, and let's just hope that it works out as the day progresses on.
Yeah, at this point, really, TUF, first match, chicken dinner, second match, second place with a lot of elimination points. I think in terms of match ranking, they will be first anyways. They will be ahead of Quraysh Esports in terms of the points gained. So TUF on a huge spree for Quraysh. For them, it's all about getting those secure points to try and get past the teams that did not make it to this Super Weekend. So getting those 18 points on the board is going to really help them in their charge to get past not just FMX R3D, but the grounders as well.
Absolutely, and again, with that 2 games done, we've still got 3 more games remaining on this final day number 3 of the second Super Weekend. But again, that comeback story, if we can say so, right, CA, it is still being continued on from one team to the next. That sort of a play style is being showcased from the entirety of the lobby. With that, so many more conversations that we still want to talk about from this game. But before we do so, it's time for that short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back.
Go!
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
What?
Well. See, that was quite an interesting matchup. As we talk about interesting thing, of course, the Oppo F21 Pro definitely does stand out amongst all the others out there. Of course, it's going to launch on the 11th of April. Sure, would love to check that one out. But taking a look at the MVP, of course, Quraysh did manage to get their coveted loved chicken dinner with 4 eliminations. But it is... I'm talking about SALTxi8, who's been the MVP for MetershotxSKY. In fact, Quraysh having a really good time getting a chicken dinner there. What are your thoughts?
I think RDOP really played that to perfection. They were continuously left in a spot in that final last 2 circles where they couldn't really dictate the way they wanted to fight till the rest of the teams had done their due. So the patience he was able to show to let it come down to a 1v1 and get the chicken dinner for his team. Very, very well done by Adiop.
Oh yeah, I mean, I kind of absolutely love that. But as we take a look at the top players, I mean, TUF, they certainly impressed us with the way they were playing, right? Clearly one of those teams that did manage to get themselves a lot of finishes, which is quite visible over here, right, Quraysh? All they had to do was play the perfect game. They needed that chicken dinner. Of course, we all do know you get an extra added consideration along with it. The $500 for that chicken, so quite some lump sum amount over there. But as we take a look at the statistical comparison, right, you could clearly see TUF being the better team, as they also have earned more points.
Yeah, exactly. And really, I think TUF starting to show up to a massive extent today. Fixes they had, you know, the chicken dinner come through even yesterday, but it never really resulted in the momentum pushing on. They were almost consistently finishing in the top 5, but it wasn't so notable really the way they have been today. Chicken dinner in the first game, a dominating show in the second, with the highest number of knocks going through for Edgar, really continuously very aggressive on their note, but tactical aggression is what I would call it, where it's not like they're taking every fight loose and dicey. They know when they want to make the move. They're trying to get as much value as they can, and a second place finish here with so many elimination points, I think really is going to help them in their charge towards that top 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, the way TUF has picked up pace, I think I'm looking at them ending this Super Weekend on a really good run. So, you know, one of the clear top 3 teams, if you consider how the second Super Weekend has been, and you cannot really rule out TUF, especially the kind of a plunge that they have taken. They have showed some immense improvement over the first Super Weekend, and there you can see MetershotxSKY not being far too behind. I really loved how they took the circle, then got rid of SALTxi8 there. It all came down to the fact that, you know, Quraysh were holding that God compound over there, right? That high ground, and everything was perfectly fine. Clarity, well, they tried. They did manage to get 7 finishes, but that was all they could go.
Yeah, exactly. Clarity, they were continuously caught on the back burner, you know, trying to make the rotation, and the circle kept shifting away from them in that regard. So I'd say well done to even get those 7 elimination points come through, and despite the fact that they got eliminated quite early because of those fights, those 7 elimination points, getting them a decent finish overall in that regard. But with that, it does mean we're heading back to Erangel for match 3 fixes, and I wonder, will teams really start to let loose at this point? Because I really don't think being as defensive as certain teams are being is helping them out at all. Like, for example, if you take the case of TMW, again, a 16th place finish for them. They're just not able to secure any decent matches at all. It's really starting to affect their overall standing.
Yeah, of course it is, right? Now, again, you've got to understand you do not have a lot of games to go. But as we take a look at Quraysh Esports, you could clearly see, right? They did enter in from the eastern side. They waited for that curveball to hit. And once that happened around that Los Leones area, they knew exactly where to go. Look at that. This shows so much composure. And once they took over that huge building, then they moved on to the next bigger building. And once the circle then shifted away from them, that is where they took the move, and that is where they finished the final player of TUF over there. As a result, did get that coveted chicken dinner.
Yeah, and really, that coveted chicken dinner, it's going to go a long, long way for them in those overall standings, because for teams like Quraysh, the objective is very simple coming into the Super Weekend fixes. It's all about just trying to take over, you know, all of those 4 teams that did not make it, trying to take over teams like FMXR3D, Grounders, and end on the best way would be in the top 10, but if not the top 10, at least around the 11th, 12th mark. And so far, with that, before this chicken dinner, it didn't look like it was going to happen for Quraysh. But a chicken dinner, it goes a long, long way. Though not as many points as they'd like. Now it's just a matter of them using this as a momentum builder. You got to get it back in Erangel. You've got to get back into that top 2, top 3 finishes area. And that's where you can really look to challenge teams like FMXR3D.
Yeah, but as we take a look at Oppo F21 Pro moments, you could clearly see this new little trick has been used by a lot of teams. Clearly not working around this time, but Khan showing his skills with the DMR just to get taken down later on. So we did witness some early skirmishes between quite a few of those teams. A lot of teams did get finished off early on, and yeah, we did get to see some VSS action as well here.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a lot of pot shots being taken by teams across the board, and some key spray lands as well. Like for example, TUF right there almost shutting down Quantum Rage, but usually it did mean that no team was able to push in, with the exception of course TUF, who were very, very clinical in their ability to pick those fights. Now, talking about clinical, I really like the way, we're going to see it later I think, the way MetershotxSKY eliminated 52x Rage completely from the control they had on the circle, and that's 2 times in a row now that's happened to 52x Rage fixes, where the circle favors them but another team just comes and takes it away and they're not able to do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, they could have certainly done better, and this is the fight. I think this is one of the important fights that we were talking about, right? TUF really being so vigilant, so patient. But this was such a nice standoff by Daku, right? He did whatever he could, managed to get that one knock, and then this is the point where, Quraysh Esports, they were completely feeling themselves. For a certain moment, they knew what to do, what needs to be done, and implementing all the right things. This was, again, one of the most important fights, between TUF and, between MetershotxSKY. And that is how the players of Quraysh really capitalized. That is where Adi just went in and finished the last player off, and won his team a chicken dinner. So quite easy peasy. I think the important factor that we need to really consider there was their rotation and them holding the compound with the highest altitude, right? Giving them this sort of an advantage that really managed to fix things up. But taking a look at the damage graph, it was MetershotxSKY who did make the most noise out there with 2559 points of damage, and TUF, in fact, they managed to get more finishes than Meteorshot, but with less damage done. So the conviction was definitely there. But for the other teams, it was pretty much a standard game. Of course, Clarity very decisive with those 7 finishes and 981 points of damage. I think other teams were pretty average, I must say, in this particular game.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like in that regard, the other teams were not really able to find the mark, and it made sense given the final circle we had, where we had 4 teams left, all 4 standing, 4-man strong. So it showed that a lot of the fights that we even had in the first place, they were either just small skirmishes or just massive wipes from one team to another. And that's why towards that final area, we ended up, that's where collecting most of our damage shots. You see TUF, MetershotxSKY, 2 of the teams that did a chunk of that damage towards that final 4, shutting down 52x Rage, and to an extent Quraysh, they left Adi OP though, and he made them pay. Now QWERTY though fixes, look at this, I'm kind of surprised by that. Getting into number 2 spot, taking over H2E, who've honestly had a forgettable day 2 and day 3 so far, but without a chicken dinner. This is the epitome of consistency from Team QWERTY.
Oh yeah, I mean the way Team QWERTY has played, and the important fact is without any chicken dinner. So their primary intention over here is to just play the way I like it, right? Do not have to get a lot of chicken dinners. Yeah, 1 or 2 is fine. Of course, the $500 is surely gonna make you greedy. Surely would want to make you get them, but they haven't really succeeded. I think there's still a lot of working to do, but I think this is improvement from last time. Right, but if we talk about teams falling down again, freestyle, the last chicken dinner in the match of Erangel yesterday, we did get to see that, but today haven't really been that promising. Magnus sort of are getting a little stagnant over there, and the thing with Magnus is, I really feel they kind of tend to be really how do you say it? They kind of tend to win a few squad fights. They tend to show some individualistic, brilliant moments, but that's just it. And apart from that, we do not get to see much out of them. So clearly, I mean, this is the point where you would want that they kind of pick up the pace and do better. But now, as we take a look at the schedule, TUF almost on the verge of getting that second chicken dinner, but missed by a margin. But this is one of those I mean, how do we say? This is one of those patterns that has repeated, right? The first day we saw H2E performing really well. Yesterday we did see MetershotxSKY performing really well, and so far TUF has been amazing.
Yeah, most certainly have, really. I think TUF, they've set themselves apart, you know. Now, I really just want to see if this is something that we need to look out for the rest of, you know, the weeks coming ahead, the Super Weekend number 3, Grand Final, or if this is just the case of we're having a good weekend. You know, I don't want it to be a one-time affair, but we've seen it with one too many teams where they show glimpses of that brilliance. Like I think you also pointed out, Magnus was a key example of that, but they're not able to translate it into consistency. And that's where I hope TUF is different, really, because the team has shown an ability to play beautifully when coordinating together, and as long as they keep that coordination, should be able to continue.
Yeah, but you know, if you talk about consistency, I think SALTxi8 has pretty much been there. Every single game being on the tippity top, not being challenged yet. You know, their first position hasn't been under threat. I think heading into Erangel, one of their stronger maps. But MetershotxSKY has been impressing everybody with their rotations lately. Even this one little game, they were looking absolutely astounding. So clearly, another team that we have to look out for. But if I have to ask you, CA, who do you think might just win the next chicken dinner? What will your prediction be, or who do you want to win at this point?
I want a chicken dinner for TMW, man. Honestly, I feel sad for them all down in the gutters. They're just not able to make anything happen. And when you go back to the last Erangel, they tried to get a slight drop change coming through, but instantly their dreams got shattered by QWERTY. Similar thing happened to Miramar. Now I'm just hoping they go back to Zarki. I mean, not the greatest of drops according to me, but it works for them. At least they're able to get into later circles and have a chance at making something happen, rather than again have that can't fight that we had 2 matches in a row go against them.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I would really want QWERTY to get one, because of course these lads have been doing so amazingly well. They certainly deserve a chicken dinner as we get in to our third game of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, from the eastern side, we do have the flight path moving along from Lipovka all the way towards Gatka. So one of those flight paths that sort of dissects the map into 2 halves, and I do not think any of the teams, apart from maybe let's say SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY, would be having any issue trying to get down to their desired drop location.
It should be a simple enough move here for those particular teams. Very standard flight path in that fixes. We got it split completely down the middle, but can set up for some spicy ones irrespective. Maybe we get a complete southern, maybe we get a complete northern. It's quite unlikely. We have seen mostly just standard circles today, and I'm expecting it will continue in that regard. The one thing I'm glad is that I don't see TMW out of the plane just yet. They should come about now, which means they are going to Zarki.
You know, I really want to see some resurgence from maybe let's say XGeneration, to be honest, because you know, again, one of the teams that you know has been through thick and thin of things. But I really am liking how Ash has picked himself up. Look at the elimination leaders here, as we do have the circle forming around and a little bit towards the western side. So clearly, you would anticipate, you know, Georgia Paul real estate prices to be going up, especially that one secluded squad house.
Yeah, and Clarity is the team that is around Erangel. And look at this, actually TMW, please no, I hope they're still in their parachutes, because currently they're on the edge of Erangel and that school area in between Clarity and Team TUF, who honestly are not the teams you want to be in between. And given the fact that Zarki is a part of the circle too, I hope they do end up moseying on towards there. But other than that, just quite standard drop locations, though. Again, Freestyle and Magnus, they every single time they go for those separated drops, and it does mean that there are possible skirmishes between them. But this time Tyrant just like, nah, I'm going to give you that respect and get on out of here.
Yeah, I haven't really seen much out of Tyrant though, because again, one of those players that we really hope that they would you know, do well. But
wait, what?
It's his teammate. I think there's no one else then as of MetershotxSKY that would take that Eastern Bridge. So, of course, I mean, no surprises there. But I have to take a quick glance at the map feed and any irregularities, any anomalies. I think is this one where we do have the players of XGeneration, one of them right beside Khan from Team QWERTY. So it's going to be interesting. But hold on, SALTxi8 they've dropped over at Milta.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if they made the early rotation or went for the drop. I did not notice at the start, and it's quite interesting.
They just dropped over there because quite clearly, I mean, we were speculating them that they have to get their vehicles, they have to make a move, but clearly shows that they have decided to stick to Milta, which I really think is a very good idea. Why? Of course, you know, getting back to military base, then looting, and then coming out of it, considering how quickly the circle tends to move. Now look at this, just 30 seconds remains before the first circle starts closing in. By this time, their loot barely must have started. And with Milta being one of those areas that's quite vacant, but look at Khan. He's got all his eyes set at XGeneration's 420 boy. So it is going to be really interesting to see when does he break the silence, when does he fire his gun, and will he be able to get that much needed knock.
420 boy. Trying to just hop around these compounds, look for the ideal loot. Only for him to find out the moment he steps out, he's under some severe danger. Khan waiting for his moment to take the shot, and he finds that moment precisely, getting 420 boy caught off in an unprotected strip of land. He finds the knock, has done a bunch of damage, and surely will be able to secure the finish. Again, Khan's done this so many games in a row, 3 matches in a row now. It was against Khan for the last 2 games from TMW, but this time against XGeneration's 420 boy, he finds that first blood for Team QWERTY.
Oh, being very sneaky. I think he is pulling out a few tricks that he had up his sleeves as clarity. Well, it's going to be interesting this time, I believe. You know, they still do have some friendly neighbors, and they are friendly, I think, just by names. So, of course, TMW has has dropped right beside them. It's going to be interesting because ideally, see if you remember on general normal occasions, it is XGeneration who usually tends to drop off at the northwestern George Paul city, but that's not the case this time. You know, ideally they should have actually taken that George Paul contestation, because had they gone there, see, because they would have had such a good piece of land to capitalize on. As we take a look at TUF and Magnus, both fighting for contestation and supremacy for the Mountain Everest.
Oh, and look at Thor. So sneaky right now. Does he take the shot? He does. Wait, what? He didn't land a single one of them? Okay. Okay, Thor. That's when you'll be like, yeah, hope guys, observers, move away from me. I'm leaving. No more fights.
Yeah, this never happened. You never saw anything. I just had an internet issue, and you know, my device did lag a lot. So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we request you, rather urge you, to check out the new Oppo F21 Pro. And surely just takes away your woes, as you can just focus on killing. So of course, Thor, I think we've got to give him a special recommendation to try that one out. But for now, I think Magnus have made sure that they keep this territory to themselves. As TUF, I mean, they're going to come up with something else, as now they've been thwarted off the hills.
Most certainly fixes, and at this point, maybe Thor could use some of his winnings from the winner chicken dinners TUF has picked up in the last 2 days to get himself that F21 Pro. Either ways, you know, he'll just be hoping that we didn't catch that. Well, sad news, Thor didn't catch that, but that's okay. That's okay, as long as you're able to redeem yourself later on, because that's when it will really matter, you know. When, especially with the way the teams are right now, we've only lost 1 player so far from the lobby. The later on fights, they the one single fight becomes so crucial. It's very unlike Super Weekend 1 in the regard that we had a lot of early fights erupting, a lot of more loose gameplay from teams, and fights were not as impactful as they are now, where a single fight can completely change the way the game is played or the teams that are favored to win the chicken dinner.
Oh, of course. I mean, no questions at that. But as we take a look at Quantum Rage, quite interesting 2-2 split. We do have Team Star right beside them. But the question still remains here is whether or not they would want to engage. Just scouring around the land, searching for a good position to take comfort around. And Tuntanatan has, of course, decided to want to spray at Usama. But instead, it's going to be IQ who finds that knock, and it was very well executed by Team Star what the intention really was. They still did manage to make sure that Emerge makes it towards the compound, but the grenades are being lobbed already, and Emerge will get in. And now, Alpha, he's going to start using grenades of his own. He's going to make sure that, the panic room downstairs is safe and has not been taken up by anybody at all, but some really good, interesting movements by Emerge as it decides to just back off, just get the hell out of here. Maybe trying to create some diversion, making the players of Quantum Ridge into believing the fact that he wants to get out of this compound, and eventually he's going to take his chances. But this is the point where someone from Star has to get a knock, but not really failing, but the job really done as we do see SALTxi8 pushing over on towards Team QWERTY over here.
Yeah, Gravity is knock destroyer as well. SALTxi8 just comfortably picking up those finishes, and now they'll turn their attention to Khan. From first blood to potentially last hope, a set of last hope at least for his team. It's just down to him and Wolverine. But Khan staying quite nice and quiet, trying to be the sneaky one, and Wolverine acts as the bait to try and make it happen. He's gonna have to try to get on out of there, but he's distracted all the attention away from Khan, who's still in that compound area. I wonder, will SALTxi8 just try to mosey on in there without checking all their corners and get surprised?
No.
Can Khan pull off a 1v3?
Oh, he certainly has to right now, but making so many movements, he's starting to burn, and I have this little feeling in my gut he's not gonna survive, as Uzm's Molotov is going to be the final nail in the coffin for Khan as he gets taken down. But taking a look at this shift, I'm clearly not going to call it towards the western Rozok Island. I know what really happened, and pretend you never heard anything yesterday, guys.
I'll ask you that. I'll ask you this though. It doesn't look like a dodgeable containers finish is likely. So can you predict that? So we say that this time around.
You know what?
Gold fixes for dodgeable containers. Let's go.
I do not think we're going to have anything at the containers. I am pretty sure the zone might just go somewhere between where the players of Team Clarity are. Now that is one of those interesting compounds. Otherwise, it might take a shift towards the ruins. Or there's, there have been those uncommon occasions where we've seen the circle completely taking that northeastern shift around that shooting range area. So one amongst those three options is up there, because if we get to see a northwestern split where TMW is, that's going to be a rare hit, right? That's going to be a rare shift, but definitely not ending at the Mount Everest though. That I can say 100%.
Yeah, most definitely. Seems quite unlikely, but hey, we've been surprised once before. Usually though, that curse seems to be saved for our final matches. Quite unlikely we see it in match 3, but what is likely is all of these teams really starting to congest themselves around the shoreline of the river into Rozok, and it will mean that whenever this next circle takes a shift, unless it takes a central shift, it's going to be a lot of skirmishes towards the edges of the circle, the way we saw in Miramar as well. Fights erupting and causing a rift almost between teams on either side of the land, where some teams are focused towards the northern side completely, where 52x Rage are, and some teams are more focused to try and predict that southern shift coming through. For example, that hospital, south part of hospital mountain range that Magnus has got for themselves. And we'll have to see where the prediction does end up going. But so far, it usually has gone to 52x Rage. I wonder if it makes that the third time. No, it does not. Complete opposite. with that mountain range that Magnus has in control. But I don't know, Fixes. At this point, I feel like having control of the center of the circle is starting to hurt more today than not having control.
I mean, at this point, CA, I'm pretty sure the circle is going to shift towards ruins, because I've seen this time and again. There has been very rare occasions we finally saw, a circle ending at Everest, but right now so many teams are going to move around, and Assad had all the time on earth to at least take down TmwEsports, which he eventually manages to do. I don't think he's going to face any trouble in getting that elimination, as we do have the players of Clarity this time wanting some revenge. 420 boy and Zibyan just making sure that they look out for Assad and then back off. I think they're looking at the bigger picture. They want to have a good position inside the circle, as right now whoever holds the ruins area, I really like the position that Freestyle is also holding as well. There's high chances the circle also might end up over there.
With the runes finished too, it can really mean the small area, even for example Quraysh having control come into play if it goes more towards the water even. But right now it's going to come down to teams to try and deny that power points, and that's where I feel like having control of the power points in circles like this, it makes me a little scared, because I've seen what's happened with 52x Rage, 2 matches in a row. They've not been able to capitalize on that, and this time when they're caught on the edge of the blue zone, instead they find their most likely sacrifices. TMW caught on the rotation, one player goes down to 52x Rage, but the rest be able to make it out and should be able to get to the edge of the circle around Hospital and gatekeep 52x Rage, try to avenge their fallen teammate.
Oh, of course, I mean, they would want to, or that rather they would love to, but finally SALTxi8 they hunt down Wolverine, and there you go, QWERTY getting eliminated at the 16th position. The Caster's Curse. Now I really wanted QWERTY to back the chicken dinner. We were really all high in praises, but SALTxi8, the kind of a form that they are in, it's so difficult to try and stop them, right? But for now, I mean, Quraysh Esports, I think they have also held on to a really good area, having the church secured for themselves. H2E, they need a little bit of a spread, but I really like this positioning from Assad up until the point, someone comes up from that southern side over there, right? He gets spotted out, and that's going to be a troublesome scenario, as 4VTFT, they're also traversing around, as Romeo is going to try and spray down the world out of Leon, but instead gets knocked. But here comes the trade. So Ash clearly has been one of the really promising players, again showcasing why he deserves to be on that elimination leaderboard.
Now look at this. Quraysh Esports, they should be able to get Romeo back on his feet, but they're caught in a small corner with SALTxi8 eyeing them down, potentially coming through on the bridge now. SALTxi8 though, they have to play this smartly, because they're trying to get in the circle while also engaging in fights at the same time. They might be helped out by the fact that in this small graveyard area, we're seeing teams take fight to fight with each other. Quraysh under a lot of trouble with shots coming in from Quantum Rage as well as 4VTFD, as SALTxi8 pile the pressure on XGeneration and try to take their spot in the circle. We've got Quantum Rage trying to go in for the slam, but Starboy holds on for dear life, shuts down Sirius, and will be able to get Leon OP back to his feet. But the question is for how long, Fixes, because Quraysh, they're not going to let them take that time.
Oh yeah, surely. Surely, I mean, Quantum Rage right now. Ooh. Look at Tuntunatan, look at Money. Just finding a little gap, little opening, and that's all it took him to dish out quite some amount of damage, as he gets that knock secured with his grenade. Quite precise though, as Leon, he's gonna lose out, as Romeo, he finally manages to take down Tuntunatan, courtesy to Money spotting him out and relaying that important piece of information to his friends, as IQ surely doing some damage over there, a knock and a finish, as he's gonna get out of there really quick and fast.
Look at this, trying to get away quick and fast. This
is bizarre here. Look at the zone.
Really, it's like you have the curse of the unlikeliness now. What is very almost impossible is what ends up happening when Fix is an iCast. And hey, I'll take it, because right now it does give an opportunity to TMW to somehow find the chicken dinner if they're able to take out Magnus. This fight could result in a lot more for TMW, which is why they've got to be precise with the way they maneuver in this fight now. Momtu trying to just hold on while the backup comes in for his team, and the backup does come through from a deal. A lot of damage taken by Harry and Reaper. That will stall the push for TMW, and that's all that Magnus need. But they've got to be careful. It's all about one precise nade from either side, Fixes, that can turn around this fight.
Yeah, of course. And, a lot of responsibility on this young man's shoulder, Adil. He's just holding through that rock, waiting for any of the players of TMW to try and get in. But, so far, if we do know TMW, they're not going to be the ones who are going to make those nosy movements. But this little grenade knock from Edgar's side, getting that low toss secured for the highlight reels as he 1v4s.
Yeah.
All by his lonesome.
Wowzers. Well, that's what you call momentum for TUF. Sad part for him though is that I think despite the 1v4, he didn't get all 4 elimination points. Like, that's gonna hurt, man. Like, what the heck? They're like, hey guys, I just 1v4'd, and the team is like, no, we just have 2 points. So like, huh? Okay. Right now though, Freestyle and the rest of these teams, besides Magnus and TMW Fixes, everybody else, they're on the bottom of the mountain, which means they have an inherent disadvantage, which means they got to try and capitalize on the gatekeeping and find as many elimination points as they can, because if this mountain, if the circle continues to favor that mountain area, surely it's one of Magnus or TMW who pick up the win.
Yeah, of course. I mean, no questions at that. Only if they play their cards right. And again, one of those factors we have, I still believe, the circle is going to take a shift, go downhill. Right, and once it does, that is where the worries, the trouble, the woes for Magnus and TMW begin, because now coming from up top, you are going to be spotted. So I think they're going to rely heavily on how they provide cover fire as Freestyle. A little bit of a dicey situation as they've already lost out on Black as Quraysh after getting that chicken dinner in Miramar. They've certainly started looking really deadly over here.
Oh, they most certainly have. Quraysh trying to push in on Freestyle, but Freestyle making the call to leave that area immediately, focus on the rotation. Now Quraysh do have the opportunity to either go for the chase and shut them down by making it first, which they are seemingly doing, or just try to burn them down. But on the other side, you've got SALTxi8 now engaged in a fight on the eastern front, trying to gatekeep H2E and succeeding in that manner now. MetershotxSKY, this is a team that pushed out 52x Rage from their center area in the circle before. Now with their eyes on Magnus, and this is the true test for Magnus Fixes, because so many times they get themselves into these situations just to blunder it all and not find as much value. This is their game. This is a chicken dinner for them, just served right up by the circle. They've just got to get the execution.
Oh yeah, they have to, right? At this point, Magnus, it is certainly their game to lose. They have a really good spot as SALTxi8 continue with their domination. But a little bit of a pause over there as Clarity also get under their noses. Managed to get a few knocks secured as it is hell breaking down everywhere as Reviews is already on a dominating spree as Respect. Now this is what he was destined for, right? This is the moment that Team Magnus were really waiting for the teams to make rotations from up above and for them to really capitalize as TUF also find themselves engaged with Clarity as it is going to be Crypto against Money. We've got to see how does this lad take the fight against the big man Crypto, as Crypto just stepping out of cover has no difficulties whatsoever to deal with the final player of Quraysh as they also get eliminated.
Oh, what a beautiful barrage of damage here from Edgar. It's 1v4 season for Team TUF. We saw, was it Edgar itself in that earlier situation getting the 1v4? I'm not sure if it was. Again though, even though he has his teammates quite close, most of that damage came through from Edgar himself. He's having a phenomenal match through here.
More than TUF right now. SALTxi8, look at that, 16 finishes already. How have they managed to do that with 2 players still alive? I think they are on the verge to hit that 20 bomb. And to be honest, we haven't really seen a lot out of SALTxi8. I'm quite disappointed. I would have loved to see these boys in action though. but it has been so haphazard as a grenade comes falling down from the skies as Blade. He's gonna take a little bit of a damage, and this is what I was talking about, CA. That the zone will, at some point or the other, will take a shift downhill, and that is where it's gonna be so troublesome for all these teams to deal with it. But those grenades being lobbed into air as SALTxi8 would want to find a good position inside the circle, as Ash has got his eyes on him. As Zibyan is taking damage from Joker over here.
Yeah, Zibyan with nowhere to go, literally caught between a rock and a hard place. Sets up the smoke cover, but not for long. Crypto will take him out, and suddenly SALTxi8 with their 17th elimination of this lobby fixes that 20 bomb most certainly looking likely, but along with it, maybe even a winner chicken dinner. That's the kind of statement you'd want to make as SALTxi8 on day 3, and they're certainly looking like they will be able to make it happen. Getting the rotation into that circle, they've set up their cars to try and get themselves covered, but they get caught out by MetershotxSKY. SALTxi8 finds a knock on Crypto, and the finish will soon follow. SALTxi8 now just left to 2 players.
Oh yeah, but again, it's Blade who has been, one of those players who is in the elimination leaderboard with reviews already on fire. 6 finishes is what he has got, and Blade, you need not make those noise over here. It's gonna create so much trouble as Thor just dashed into that compound, blew himself off, or maybe fell down and got knocked out. Either way, is not a good story for the players of TUF, as we do see the circle starting to close in, and TUF on the lower grounds. It is Reviews and Blade, of course, hoping that they stay in the next circle as well. MetershotxSKY with 3 players alive. I think they're in a really good position, but the only point, if they can get sandwiched, that is the only drawback I see from their position, as Harry managing to get a knock on towards a deal, as Joker will get a knock on towards Blade, and SALTxi8, all their hopes do come down to Reviews. Now he's got to get 3 finishes to land the 20 bomb. It hasn't really happened yet in the PMPL, as TUF, they're still firing their bullets all around, still alive. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and this time the circle actually helps him out a little bit, because they're already in the circle. They just have to move a few steps with their vehicles to celebrate, to get in that regard, get the cover and potentially celebrate yet another outstanding finish for them in that regard. Top 5 teams now left, and TUF are the ones with that man advantage, 3-man strong, with MetershotxSKY as well, the only other team with that 3-man. Now Magnus left to just 2, stuck in a tiny corner where they're being sprayed by both angles. TmW was dishing a healthy layer of damage to them, and now MetershotxSKY will be the one that eliminates Magnus from the picture and really helps out Team TmW in this, because while I think Reaper is quite unlikely to actually... No.
Alright, I mean, we were just speculating that maybe he could do something. He made it this far though.
Yeah, it's well done.
Position finish for TmW. I think we will take it with open arms, but TUF, not the kind of a situation. Having the circle, they're losing out on personnel, and that is not a good news, as all the hopes do fall down onto its Edgar. As SALTxi8, again, they've made it to the top 3 with MetershotxSKY. This time, surely, they would not want to miss out on the chicken dinner.
And at this point, if Reviews is able to get top 2, I think that's a 30-pointer. Without the chicken dinner. I'm not even counting if he gets the chicken dinner. If he gets the chicken dinner, just GGWP. They will have a nutty point total at the end of it. But even at this stage, he has some really good cover, but he's outside the circle. So he's going to have to make the move. So instead, he's waiting for Edgar to pop out from MetershotxSKY to try and zero in on Edgar. But instead, they zero in on Reviews. He's going to get shut down. MetershotxSKY eliminating SALTxi8. And just like that, it's Edgar to pull off a 1v3. Now he's almost done it a couple of times this game, but right now it seems quite unlikely, man. He even MetershotxSKY even have that high ground advantage. He can't go anywhere there. He's not out there. Okay, Kian. Okay. Now if he gets 1v3, that would be like... Okay.
Imagine just Edgar stepping out and then taking him down. Either ways, right now as things are, CA. Of course, Edgar cooking that perfect grenade should take down one maybe, but no, does some chip damage over here as he's gonna low toss one, as he is gonna peek out from his cover. Has already taken massive amount of damage as Edgar finally just gets finished off in a crisp, as the winner chicken dinner goes to MetershotxSKY. Finally, this team has again established their comeback in Erangel. And I think, there is this one title that Ocean had gifted, or rather given, to Team PUBG, that they were the kings of Miramar. I'm pretty sure the way MetershotxSKY are playing CA, I think it's high time we give them the title of the kings of Erangel.
Yeah, MetershotxSKY really. What is this? Their fourth chicken dinner that they picked up in Erangel at this point? Just absolutely brilliant coming through from them, but brilliant too from Team TmwEsports, I'd have to say, man. Chicken dinner in the first game. Top 2 finish in the games that follow, and it's not even that like they're getting this by just staying alive, not taking any fights, just getting it through to the final circle. No, they've got plenty of elimination points to boot, so just rising on forward, Team TmwEsports on a brilliant run.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, no questions asked, right? TUF, the way they've been playing, I really loved it, especially Edgar, that little 1v3 or 1v4, whatever we say it. I think we're going to have a look at that on the highlight reels. But MetershotxSKY, again, clearly the better team took the right decisions, did not really force the F-Rist, right? Rather entered when they deem necessary, and making those right movements certainly make you champions over here, get you that chicken dinner. And we're going to talk more about that, but after this short little break.
Go.
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, that was quite an exciting chicken dinner. Just as exciting as our new Oppo F21 Pro. Blotter, what do you have to say about it, as it is launching on the 11th of April?
Absolutely, dude. F21 Pro Oppo is going to be an incredible device to definitely get your hands on as soon as it is released, as you said, on April 11th, right? And along with that, as we talk about this game, I mean, SALTxi8, dude, they were phenomenal. I don't think they got the 20 bomb as you were predicting, right? But they were so close, and again, nothing taken away, because they have been so consistent throughout the day, getting so many points. I mean, this team, by the end of this, would be looking at perhaps 400 points by the end of the third Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you talk about SALTxi8. Clearly, they are a notch apart. As we take a look, we do have two of their players. I mean, it's reviews this time, securing himself 7 eliminations, along with King Crypto with 6. But Ash, this time, the Ash of MetershotxSKY, he's also making quite a name for himself, as Edgar clearly the one fight against 52x range, he surely is gonna remember that, as HealthXi was also not far behind, with those 4 eliminations. But I think in terms of finishes, SALTxi8 was the better team out there. But in terms of rotation, certainly cannot be denied that MetershotxSKY somehow, Lakshay, they've cracked the code.
They definitely have. I mean, you talk about the map of Erangel and you talk about statistics every single time in the same sentence. You have to bring up MetershotxSKY from this season onwards, because this team, they definitely, as you were mentioning for Bablu, I mean, this team has cracked the code for Erangel and they are delivering it. And I mean, they've been consistent through and through, and talk about them doing so in the Super Weekends with the bank rolling, kaching every single time they do so.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, nothing taken away. I mean, they have been playing both these teams, in fact, right? MetershotxSKY and TUF also. As we take a look at the statistics, clearly, MetershotxSKY just edging past. I would not say quite decisively, but MetershotxSKY just being the better team by very less margins. As TUF, I mean, I think it has been such a consistent run for all these boys, right? TUF started off with a chicken, then they managed to get a second position, and this time also a second position. I think they have been banking up a lot of points for them, especially in the final day of the second Super Weekend. As we take a look at the match summary, we do have reviews just alternatingly owning all the charts: highest eliminations, highest assists, highest knocks. Boy, oh boy. I mean, I think this is where the conversation between SALTxi8 is going to be around who is going to be the better of the lot, right? Amongst the 4 player, who gets to get the maximum number of finishes. We have seen Crypto already dominating right at the tippity top. Blade did lose his spot to Crypto. He's surely would want to get himself back. But reviews, he does not want to he does not want to be the person left behind. So stepping in for the roster and showing very impressive results.
Absolutely. For the side of SALTxi8, their squad is set up. The synergy is on point. And again, I mean, there does not seem to be any team in the lobby itself that can stop them from this sort of a domination that they bring in. And with that, as you move on through to MetershotxSKY, of course, consistent play being showcased from their side. But once again, NorthEsports not having a good day.
Oh yeah, I mean, they will sort of continue, and we were clearly having this conversation, Lakshay, that considering the fumes that were enraging within them on the first day of the Super Weekend, has sort of has burnt off, right? Burnt out, and we kind of witnessing them really not changing their style of play. Again, NorthEsports being very adamant, being very stubborn on still sticking to getting a lot of finishes, and has always been a cause for concern. Their placement points are not so much yet, and that is going to be reflected on the overall standings once it comes in front of us. But what a game for TMW, right? 9 points earned just from this one game, where we were really hoping that they come out with the chicken dinner. But still, a 4th position finish is certainly going to lift up their morals a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, as the day started off, me and CA were talking about the same thing, that for TMW, they need to change their strategy quite aggressively, either it be in terms of how they take on elimination points, or it be in terms of the placement points. And I mean, they're most certainly working towards those placement points, and that's working for them because they're consistently doing that. And from that 16th, 20th position that they were on the overall standing board, now this is going to be helping them quite a lot. But this amazing aggressive streak in the entire game from SALTxi8, yeah, there is no stopping when this team starts rolling across the lobby.
Oh yeah, surely. And finally getting a glimpse of all SALTxi8's carnage throughout the entire map. And look at them just squirming around and still managing to save all their teammates up until the last moment. But this is where, NorthEsports, they were shell-shocked with those artilleries coming in from the eastern side. But I mean, it was SALTxi8 everywhere, all over the place, right? But MetershotxSKY, they were very balanced, they were very stable, they waited for that perfect shift. And look at the confidence oozing, radiating out of Review's body.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, the Thor moments that we did see from the side of TUF as well, they were phenomenal. I mean, today there have been a couple of Thor moments where the dude has been absolutely playing off the charts for his team. And many times it has been actually 52x Rage who are at the receiving end. But as you move on through to the final moments of this game, Now, this is where things I thought could actually go for Metershot based on the placement that they had.
Oh, I mean, no questions. No questions over there, right? Clearly, the way they've been racking up, I think I really find them to be performing, I think, sort of over exceeding expectations. But yeah, I
Right.
think in those final few moments, Lakshay, there was nothing left to really break down, right? Edgar, he was just
Exactly, yep.
spotted out, and you could finally see, these players, they're getting happy. They've already earned $2,000 or even more.
Exactly.
We've got to take a quick check at that because they've been banking a lot of chicken dinners for themselves. But clearly, SALTxi8, look at this. Look at this ratio. Lakshay, so decisive. 18 finishes with just 2196 damage being dealt, right? We've seen teams dealing 3000 points of damage, but still nowhere as close to how good SALTxi8 was. But TUF and MetershotxSKY, I think they have done a pretty decent job as well in terms of banking up kills and getting damage dished out. And Quraysh Esports, I really felt, with Quraysh that, yeah, I mean, had the circle shifted around that ruins area a little bit, then this could have clearly been their second chicken dinner. In fact, a back-to-back, so as to say. But well, was not the case. Was not really written in their destiny.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, as you're talking about the damage graphs, I do want to bring our attention towards TmW as well. I mean, of course, the conversion rate is not working for them because they only were able to get one defeat point, elimination point, but 746 damage dished out from their side definitely means that they were surely trying to take on fights. They were absolutely hitting their targets as well, but that conversion rate was just not working for their side. But as we move on through to the well, never mind, but we did have a few teams right there. I wanted to mention, like the side of 52x Rage. The performance for this team has slowly been going down consistently, in fact, and now I'm getting a little worried for them as well.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you've got to start worrying a little bit because Quantum Rage yesterday, I think it was one chicken dinner when we really felt that, yeah, I think the old Quantum Rage is finally back. They are going to start getting themselves up, but still nothing really visible, especially after the heroics of the first Super Weekend. They certainly have felt down over here. But teams like, let's say teams like the UF, look at them. They have so very well earned that second point for themselves. Jumping up 3 places clearly shows how close the competition is. Just apart from SALTxi8, almost about to maintain 100 points of difference, right? Just 20 points less, almost 80 points ahead. But from second till the 6th position, I think it's such a tough competition, right? Even if Quantum Rage get the next chicken dinner in Sanhok, which is quite a fair possibility, then anything could happen. They could get that second spot for themselves.
Exactly, it's quite volatile. I mean, that second to that 6th position actually as of now, and of course SALTxi8 in a league of their own. But from this first page, if we move on through to the second, we shall look at teams that are still hanging on by a thread. Of course, in that there are teams that are playing for the first time in the Super Weekend, where the day started off with MetershotxSKY Esports on that 15th position, and they're still sticking around that same mark. But Quraysh Esports, they're making leaps slowly but surely. But now, with 2 games remaining for the day, right? I mean, we've got Sanhok coming up and then the Erangel game. Both of these teams, they need to start racking up really good games in the final 2, really good numbers basically in the final 2 games, so as to be able to jump into at least the top 16, top 14 basically.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they certainly have to, right? At this point, a little bit of a resurgence for TMW. They did pick up a few points. XGeneration could be possibly doing better considering how they started off. They were looking really promising, especially their mid-game plays, but they sort of seem to have fizzled out as well. But taking a look at the schedule, we are heading in towards Sanhok, and well, we know what lies in the rainforest. A lot of snakes, a lot of chameleons, a lot of other reptiles just waiting to take you down, to bite you from the back. Now, we did witness some pretty interesting turn of events over here, especially MetershotxSKY finally getting the entirety of Paradise. We saw it as 52x Rage, Lakshay. They've backed off. They are heading towards Mong Nai.
yesterday, I mean, we saw that change in their strat, and that was, I think, a good decision. It was required. I mean, you try that one weekend, all right, you take on that, but that was not working for them. I mean, it was definitely need for them to change that position, and of course, I definitely am in with the team for making that sort of decision and moving away from Paradise. And well, again, as I was mentioning in the overall starting as well, for 52x Rage, they also, I mean, they've slowly but surely been losing points from one game to the next. Same as for the side of team H2E as well. So hopefully in the final two games, these teams end up bringing in a little bit of our synergistic play. A lot more is anticipated from them, because again, we'll only have one more super weekend after this, and the final two games, they count quite a lot for these teams.
Yeah, of course it does, right? Especially for the teams that are on the bottom half of the table, because
Yes.
let's say for the top 5, for the top 6, I think it's all secured, right? Even
True,
if,
very
let's say,
true.
there's a slight chance that they don't qualify for the third super weekend, but they still can sit it down and just count their losses, because they're still going to lose quite a bit of money there, because we do have
Right.
a certain price pool allocated for maintaining that top 16 position, making it into the final. So clearly it's going to be about the money, and SALTxi8 have established their domination all over the Pakistani region, and they would be looking forward. You know, Pakistani region was never their troublesome area to begin with, right? They've already conquered it, have already become the best team, but I think what has been their real challenge is qualifying for the GC, and they're looking for that bigger prize over there. So surely, taking the baby steps as we head inside the map of Sanhok, as the flight path heads through boot camp all the way towards Camp Bravo, and 4VTFT, quite typical, just dropping off at Camp Alpha, as TmwEsports would decide to head on towards Hathi.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, as you were talking about baby steps from the side of SALTxi8, right? Look at those overall rankings, dude. You're looking at SALTxi8 making baby steps, and they're sitting at 338 points in this lobby. So they definitely, I mean, they're just toying with their opponents right now in this lobby. And as you super quickly mentioned, I mean, this time across, it is definitely looking like a very strong team from Pakistan region for the GC. That could be SALTxi8, but right now, again, this is going to be a far away conversation, a conversation to be had later, because again, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, yesterday we did see the side of Quantum bring in an amazing chicken dinner for their side, but right off the bat, TMW not looking too good. Right next to them is going to be in close vicinity Team Star. In the first minute of the game itself, there have been altercations, and TMW, again, I mean, look at God Fury, he's already on that flank angle, and for the side of TMW, Harry and Reaper, of course, are going to be on our screens, but where are the teammates? Again, the teammates are nowhere that I can see, and this is going to be a little bit of a stalemate situation that these teams are going to find themselves right off the bat in the game.
This is so concerning, because I can take a look at Marlega. He's way off on towards that northwest western area, right? And he's definitely going to take a minute or two. But Harry, his initial objective has to escape, has to get away from this situation as Star. They're gonna push in tandem with each other, as Harry, he's just gonna hide behind the logs and ensure that the players of Star do not come out looking out for him, because now from here onwards, if he makes a slight movement, I think he will give away his voice cue. And more than that, God Fury is keeping watch around the flanks, but still he's gonna take his chances. Try to run off a little bit, but has he successfully managed to escape from the clutches of Star? That's going to be really interesting, as they still are in hunt for their prey. Finally, Usama spotting out, as Harry will just peek around in a little while as Usama shifts on towards his QBZ. This is where Reaper also is going to join his teammate, as Harry decided to go in, get out of cover, instantly dealt with by Usama, having no troubles whatsoever. As Reaper, he's going to start cooking up his grenade. He has to connect it. If he does, this could be huge. Yes, he does indeed. Gets that knock on Zyroji. I can see Marlega from the far off distance. He is making sure he gets to his team, but if he can creep a eastern flank for himself, I think that could be really devastating for Team Star.
Absolutely, and in the minimap, we can clearly see that Marliga is trying to create that sort of a flank, but right now it's going to be a conversation for, well, never mind my word, because Reaper X was not able to hold steady and true, and Hunk was able to deliver massive blows to both of them, but from the rear, it is going to be in a Tommy. Marliga coming in with a very fancy approach, but again, this is going to be a bit too late for his teammate. Reaper X has already been sent out of this lobby. Now it is going to be a conversation if he's going to be able to get that revival for his team. Khan from the far end, we can see it is not possible because again, the health has gone all the way too low against Marliga. Again, he's trying and he will bring down God Fury as well. What an amazing Osama right there going down as well. And this was not anticipated. Marliga with that Tommy, again, he had a complete different Mafia approach as he entered this Woodcutter's log, and amazing control. Definitely not what I anticipated, but Team Star have been eliminated all thanks to Marliga.
I mean, what did he sign here for? Now, this is what we were talking about, but let's take a look as TmwEsports do charge in upon the players of Quraysh Esports, as Money still holding himself off over there, as Thor does manage to get the trade, but Adi all by his lonesome as Virus keeps a watch at his every single movement, as the remainder of the players of Quraysh also have to chime in, Lakshay.
Well, they definitely do, and right now it is going to be TUF getting that revival for Edgar, of course, and in doing so, all the other teammates are preparing for the onslaught that Quraysh might be bringing. As of now, of course, Virus with his UMP is going to try and retain as much information that he possibly can and try and get some pre-fire done against Adi as well, where Adi OP is now going to be jumping out of the open and completely converting that spray into an elimination, and right off the bat is going to be a knock confirmed, but there will be a trade-off in that, so he will lose his life to that push. Now again, both these teams get one elimination point from all of that chaos, but the fight is still not yet done as we move on through to a different approach from the side of H2E, where Assad was knocked, but of course Pan was right around the corner to give him that revival. And there's just crazy amount of fights taken all across the board, where XGeneration now have TMW in their crosshairs as well, as we do see two of the players from TMW have already gone down, and Team QWERTY's Destroyer will get an extra edge on Edgar. TUF player not looking good. I mean, 5 minutes into the game and so many third parties and so many knocks being showcased right here.
Yeah, not being able to revive his teammate. Now, this is the beauty of Sanhok, right? It's ruthless, but it is what it is. As TUF, they were just starting to be really happy about the fact that they could take down two players of Quantum of Quraysh. But right now, they're on the verge of extinction from this lobby, as Thor also gets finished off and just that one player survives. And this is the beauty of Sanhok that we were talking about, the unpredictability that it has to offer, right? The last player surviving for TUF, it is going to be Joker Sir, who's managed to secure a knock onto its gravity, will be trying to lob a few more grenades and will just make his way out. And now that is really good, right?
Yes. I like that approach. I love that approach, in fact. I mean, Team TUF Joker Sir, that was an OP IQ play because he got that back covered thanks to, of course, that perfectly set up nade, and he got his opponents busy with that revival as he just got out of there. And of course, let's just hope that he's able to get a compound that's going to be free. And of course, his buggy also is going to be giving away quite a lot of audio queue to the opponents. And again, this being such a small map, he's gotten away from one position that was not so safe into another, which is not so reliable, simply put. On the other front, as we move on back to Team QWERTY, an aggressive stance is what this team took just a couple of minutes ago against the side of TUF, where they did walk away now with 2 elimination points to their name. Again, as we look on through to the alive side, we've got TUF surviving with only 1 player, Team Quraysh surviving with only 2 players. Same is the case for TMW and FS and XGeneration, down to a 3-man squad. So it has been an aggressive start right here in the 7-minute marker on the map of Sanhok between these teams. But overall, 51 players still surviving. As we go on towards the second zone, let's see where exactly is this going to be moving these teams down towards. But again, I mean, all of these teams, they're looking pretty comfortable as far as their positioning is confirmed for now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for now, a little bit of a silence. It was a really, ridiculous start. Fireworks right from the very start. We got to witness that. But for now, Magnus. Now, let's see. They kind of, in this situation, they were also about to win the previous game of Erangel. They held on towards Mount Everest, but the moment they tried, or the moment they decided to get down, that's where we could witness the fall. but Mom2 making sure he's keeping watch as Tuntanatan does indeed spot out Respect. Yes, he does. As Respect is gonna retaliate back, but it is gonna be Tuntanatan who's managed to secure that knock. And with that, Quantum Rage, are they really thinking about pushing? Because, that would be really bizarre.
They definitely should not, and I don't suppose they are. Maybe they could be going on a flank angle, and they are going to be taking the cover behind the rock to get those elimination points confirmed for their side. An interesting turn of events where in the back we can clearly see Clarity is going to be waiting for those third parties from their side as well, as Mom2 right here, right off the approach against Quantum, has himself set up, but of course, as he was the quick in the nade, he's decided to just hold that decision off for a moment, as we do have Quantum's player just completely outflank in the placement of Magnus, where Sirius we did see on a complete different flank, but Mom2 will get the better half, but as soon as he does, of course, his position will be given away, and Sirius from the flank will confirm that elimination. Now with that, Quantum Rage do have Tuntanatan down, and on the other front for the side of Magnus, Mom2 has been eliminated. So 1v1 trade, but the knock is going to be definitely damaging Magnus's position.
Yeah, just the last player surviving. Respect. Gonna see if he could do anything from around here, or maybe not. They still do have a Dale onto his western side, but Sirius making sure that he decides to knock over Respect with his grenade, and the job has been done as a Dale still continuing with the spray. His initial intention was, of course, to get the finish, but Tuntanatan making sure just drives the buggy, hitting his head.
Wow.
And just bursting his grey cells out. But, look at this vehicle elimination.
Seriously,
right,
not like
Spark.
that.
So it's this substitute. He's just changed his name. Spark, I think, one of the players that we really loved with the kind of support that he was showing, has now come up with a new name. I do not understand why he would change it to Tuntanatan when I really like the sound of Spark.
Absolutely. I mean, I honestly thought we were looking at a sub as well, but never mind that, because as now we move on through to NorthEsports' positioning as they try and completely outperform MetershotxSKY play, where Khatir is the only man that we can see. But as we move on to the mini-map, his teammates are right across the road as well, giving him that cover, where we do see Helsi in the background. And Ash, again, Ash always has that flank angle covered for the side of MetershotxSKY. How can we forget? And of course, he is the one who will be supporting his team and definitely not allowing NES to make this sort of an open push, where the knock has been confirmed, but NES is not yet deterred. I mean, they're still going to be trying to get this completed, and they are trying to get Khatir down and knocked, but it is not going to be allowed as MetershotxSKY. I mean, they are just, that was a really well set up play from the side of MetershotxSKY, and from the side of NorthEsports, it was, unplanned, for lack of a better term.
Unplanned, I don't think is the right word. It was, I think, maybe disorganized, we could say, because
again, too rushed again. No utility, right? So I don't know. I mean, therefore unplanned. But then, as they tried to make that one push, got a knock, still wanted to make an open push.
So
don't know what the plan was.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's something that I was even discussing with CA, right? Now NorthEsports need to put some leash on their players and how they're approaching. Maybe need to change the way of IGLing, but because clearly that does not work around in a lobby like this. You just cannot expect your 4 players all scattered over the map to go on and get a squad wipe. You've got to be very careful with every single little push. But now SALTxi8, look at how well they have a control over the center of the circle as Sirius. He's going to keep on carrying with his onslaught as he gets yet another knock. It's going to be really interesting as to how H2E deal with that current situation, because I do not feel like the players of Quantum Rage would be pushing on them at any foreseeable future.
For now, that definitely wouldn't be wise as well. But just 12 minutes into the game, we're down to 12 teams, 42 players alive. And till now, we haven't seen any action from the side of Clarity. 4VTFD sticking to their late rotation. Same is the case for MetershotxSKY as well, as 4VTFD make an entry from Camp Charlie. from the south. On the other front, for the side of MetershotxSKY, they are going to be making an entry into the zone from boot camp onwards towards the northwestern front. So again, both these teams, they have nothing to worry about as of now because their coast is going to be clear. But the teams that are going to be finding themselves in the center, now these are the teams that are so close to each other, but still now, till now, they are just playing safe and not giving away any audio cues. They're just holding their angles, waiting for the zone to do the work. And in just another few seconds, we shall definitely have the zone working for these teams. As it constricts, the teams are going to have to leave their comfort zone.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, no questions at that. But Team Clarity, let's see what they are up to. As QWERTY, I mean, one of those teams that is, I do not know what is the algorithm, but taking a look at map chance, QWERTY were having the highest odds in their favor, and the probability, the possibility, the percentage was there. But again, another recent shift, and Uzum would want all his teammates around him, right? A lot of good compounds up for grabs, as QWERTY, Clarity, everyone, they're just gonna make the move.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a critical moment where they do have teams that are going to be inside the zone itself, and we shall have to see, will these teams making the rotations in the buggy out in the open like this, will they be caught out? Will they be struck against? Which is definitely a possibility, but as of now, no teams have come around into their vicinities, but it seems I'm bored, and we have Freestyle and H2E right across each other. A three-man army from the side of Freestyle have H2E's vehicle. On the other front of the map, we do have third parties coming in, and Quantum Rage are going to be taking on a head-on shot again FS's over-aggressive approach as they gave away the information. So again, a sigh of relief for H2E, but not the case for Freestyle.
Yeah, but look at Sirius way out in the open. But finally, we'll find some cover as now Freestyle, they've got to deal with the threat that's right in front of them. That is H2E, as the players of H2E have dropped a few smokes around. They also do not want to find themselves in such a precarious situation. But it is Freestyle who need to get the hell out of there, because with Quantum Rage now closing in on the grab, certainly very confident the way they've been playing lately. Yesterday also getting a chicken dinner, I believe, in the map of Sanhok, which sort of did spark out that comeback story from their side, but they kind of fell a few places. But yeah, a really good performance from Quantum Rage in this game. Maybe a possible chicken dinner would ensure that they find themselves at the second spot of the overall rankings.
Well, they definitely have pushed away Freestyle from the position with their numbers advantage, but H2E also have decided to do the exact same. So again, no fights between these two, but on the other front, it is going to be Clarity and Team QWERTY taking head-ons against each other. We did see a few minutes ago Clarity had the compound working for them, and it seems like out in the open, Team QWERTY have decided to try and take on that retaliatory push against Team Clarity, but in doing so, both these parties did end up getting a little bit of a knock, but the revivals are right around the corner. But Khan, he is still not yet done. Both the teams are going to try. This is going to be a tough fight for Team QWERTY to actually capitalize upon, because the advantage is definitely for the side of Team Clarity.
Oh, it certainly is. But for now, Zibian just proning in from the lower ground, heading towards the higher ground. It's going to be interesting, because once that smoke dissipates, Zibian is going to be right out in the open. A meat up for grabs, and in bone and flesh, Zibian still crawling through. QWERTY, the players, they're still oblivious of him making it so close, as Hakar is gonna get the better out of Danny, instantly gets a knock and the wipe, following up suit as Starboy. He's gonna lob a grenade at Hakar's direction, still not finding any success.
Absolutely, and with that retaliatory nade coming in from his side, but boy oh boy, he moved on from one fight to the next, and into the crosshairs of, it seems like, Quantum Rage. And yep, it is going to be Tantanatan who will be able to get that elimination confirmed for his team, and that is going to be the end on the other front. Team H2E once again get a sigh of relief, but look at Zibian, he's gotten so close to the play position of Team QWERTY now, and Team QWERTY, they are none the wiser. Of course, numbers advantage with the hill advantage is working for them, but that out of the open Zibian push could very well put them out of out of that advantageous position that could be theirs. But again, we shall have to come back to that fight, as right now the side of Team H2E, a two-man army, are just moving from one fight to the next, surviving by bare briskets, and again, they are holding their steady, so it's okay. 12 teams still surviving, and we are in 18 minutes in this map of Sanhok. So things have definitely quieted down. Teams are trying to take on fights, they get some information, but then as soon as they do, they try and fall back. So a slow-paced game is what these teams are bringing. I guess not for long.
Oh, Khan just spotting him out, jumping like a rabbit, and eaten by the snake. Yeah, so patient, and you do need that, especially over here in this particular map. Just the right opportunity that you need to capitalize on. As SALTxi8, they still do have the best compound in the lobby as Quantum Ridge. These are the lads that have been fighting it out through in the thick and thin of things. They're serious, just stepping out of cover and getting that finish on Starboy as Leon. Now he's got to make an escape inside a better spot inside the circle.
Well, again, as they did so yesterday, so are they doing today, but never mind that. As we move on through towards Clarity's placement, where Quraysh were able to bring in some massive blows, but 4v are now in a very big troublesome situation where Leon is definitely being harassed by the side of 420 Boy. It seems to be the one final player surviving for H2E. No, he does have his teammates still surviving, but as of now, he's all by his lonesome, and of course, from one side is Clarity, right behind him is going to be Rock, which is going to be perhaps a very difficult position for him to get out. But on the other front, Team QWERTY taking on Quraysh Esports, where the nade parades are being showcased from both of these sides, but Bilal will be able to get his final teammate Romeo YT revived, and as they do, perhaps this is the time that they are going to try and retaliate, but is it a bit too late? Because the numbers advantage definitely favoring Team QWERTY, but Bilal and his teammate Romeo are just not yet deterred. It is not going to help them because it is numbers advantage, and in the end, Team QWERTY get the better half of that fight. Easily done. Yeah. 6 elimination points for the side of Team QWERTY. Perfect synergistic play from one side, nade, another side covered with his teammate, and just no way for Quraysh to be able to get out of that position.
Yeah, no way to hide, of course, as now we are approaching, or rather looking at the next circle shift, and this is it, right? This is it too early to call it out SALTxi8's chicken dinner? But hold on, as we've got to take a look at 52x Rage and MetershotxSKY. The old lovers are finally reunited, as it is a little bit of a bitter battle going on between each other as they go on trying to kill each other, as Daku did manage to get that knock secured onto its Ash, will eventually convert it into a finish, as Pain is still crawling, just battered in blood, as SALTxi8, well, just has that edge of the warehouse to work around with. A very risky maneuver, especially when you're proning in, right? You cannot tend to give away your position, your movement sort of get limited, as SALTxi8 also finds himself on a dominating spree with 3 finishes secured. But now MetershotxSKY, they are looking to get a few more kills, as they've already accumulated 6. As 52x Rage, they sort of run away from the situation, thinking that this would end their trouble, but instead the journey inside this lobby has come to a closure.
Well, so many teams getting eliminated right here. We're down to 10 teams remaining. Make that 9 with FS also going down on the 10th position. And right here, this team, Quantum Rage, they have definitely defined their map. That is going to be Sanhok, and so many elimination points. They are just not wanting to stop. And now they've got their crosshairs set up towards the side of TMW. And from one fight to the next, they just keep on delivering. One side was 4v as well, where the team is divided. Quantum Rage, as we do have Tantanatan taken a knock, and as you were mentioning for the side of SALTxi8, I mean, everything working for them because the compound is still inside the zone.
Oh yeah, it is. But we've got to see if there could be any interesting turn of events in this particular matchup, as Kian, well, he's still prone in. He's got a good angle if the players of Quantum Rage seem to show up. But I think he can do better with taking, with dealing with TMW, as IQ. A little bit of a head popping out, but not visible. Courtesy to those leaves out there, as Gravity right out in the open. How does this lad do this? as
Wow.
takes that final kill onto its span as H2E find themselves eliminated out of the server.
This is phenomenal play being showcased and skills, of course, on point. But with that Quantum Rage, there is no stopping this team from one player to the next. Of course, they finished Clarity and now they move on to the next side where Team QWERTY were in their crosshairs. And SALTxi8 also chiming in along with the cover, of course, bringing in a little bit of a blow towards the face of Quantum Rage. But in all of that, TMW still somehow surviving. We're down to 4 teams remaining and a lot of third parties being showcased. MetershotxSKY also trying their level best to take on the fights. But Quantum Rage out in the open, now finally getting eliminated. Well, not yet eliminated, but definitely taking a massive blow because it is down all to IQ, and he is the one final player surviving for his teammates were out in the open, and MetershotxSKY, they just absolutely utilized that perfect placement.
Oh, there you go. I mean, SALTxi8, it is a gift given by the gods, right? The easiest $500 as well, refusing to just carry his teammate Crypto. Symbolic moment, just saying that, you know, I've been carrying you for all along. Now, quite literally as well. But Crypto clearly being King Crypto as MetershotxSKY again. They've been so consistent, and so have the players of Quantum Rage. You know, IQ still one of those survivors as finally Uzum outright in the open. Kadir could stab him from the backlines, but this is a spray that absolutely went astray, Lakshay, as it did not find anybody at all. Rather gave away their precious position that they were holding on to. But it is going to be IQ who manages to get one of the players as the winner chicken dinner does come down to SALTxi8. As they keep on increasing their lead overall this time. Get that chicken dinner with 23 points and 8 eliminations.
Absolutely perfect utilization of course, the zone and their positioning that worked out in this team's favor. But on the other side, as we talk about, of course, well, Quantum Rage, they were looking very much in control of the fights as well. They got a lot of elimination points from this game, and that is definitely going to be helping them on that top 5 position that they are in. But SALTxi8, yep, as you said, they were just reading their rotations, or rather the zones, and then the rotations just worked out for them, and they were just waiting, chilling, whenever it came down to utilizing their skill. 8 elimination points, easy peasy, and that was it. $500 in the bank.
Oh yeah, $500 secured, not going anywhere at all. But of course, I mean, it was kind of a, how do I say it? Not the kind of Sanhok that I would have wanted, but
right,
because I really thought that we could get some masala, a little bit of a curveball, a little bit of something out of the ordinary, few fairy dust being sprinkled here and there by a few of the other teams, because this was as if the gods planned it for SALTxi8, right? Hey, you do not have a chicken dinner, go take it. And it was $500, the easiest $500 that they've ever had to work out for. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short little break. We're going to come back right after this. Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, what an exciting game that we did witnessed, which could have been even better had someone else really stepped in. But for all the viewers out there, do not forget to check out the Oppo F21 Pro, as it is going to be releasing on the 11th of April in Pakistan. So might want to get your hands on that as we take a look at the MVP of this game. Has to be serious with several eliminations right till the very end. He did put quite a standhold.
He definitely did, and of course, for the side of Quantum Rage, he has been delivering from day number one itself. He's been definitely coming to the limelight quite a number of times, and again, his teammate IQ as well. As we move on to the top players, along with that, Metershot bringing in Halsey and Kian from this game, absolutely on point because they were definitely utilizing those. Third-party situations for the side of Metershot as they got those elimination points for the team, and then comes in Team QWERTY's Gravity.
Yeah, I mean, Gravity was looking so deadly. I mean, to be honest, the way he was taking his fights, the one with Quraysh and the one with where he took down the final player of H2E, I believe, right out in the open, still being so immaculate on his reaction, so precise, so crisp. As we take a look at some of the statistical comparison, quite opposite is what we are getting to see, because Quantum Rage, hey, we've got to talk about this, right? They still did not finish to be on the first position, but despite that, you know, when you talk about finishing first and second, Quantum Rage did put up quite some fight over there, and you take a look at the overall points that they have accrued for themselves, 26, so more than SALTxi8, despite the fact that SALTxi8 were the ones who got the chicken dinner. So clearly shows that Quantum Rage, I believe, were the better team inside the lobby.
Again, definitely, no two ways, no question about it asked, because I mean, you look at those knocks coming in from the side of Quantum Rage, you look at those elimination points and the damage that they dealt, they were just on a rampage throughout the game, and that of course was clearly showcased and indicated based on those elimination points, as well as the match summary, where serious IQ serious is what the stats are going to be saying, and it is just Quantum Rage
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after that short delay, a little bit of technical issues out there as we were taking a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, right? Where we could clearly see, you know, SALTxi8 getting the better out of all the teams out there in the lobby. Clearly could see how devastating IQ got towards the very end, just could not sustain, and there you have it, you know, clearly. SALTxi8 not really happy with the fact that they could not get all the final kill to their name. I think I think he just gave it away to the zone. And as we take a look at the damage graph, Blotter, it is going to be Quantum Rage again, high and almighty over there with 14 finishes. So clearly shows that they have been the better team in the lobby.
They definitely have. I mean, they have been so far more than any other team around in the vicinity, and that clearly is being showcased right there. And Sanhok definitely is the map that this team Quantum Rage were waiting for. On the other front, as we move on through towards the side of Team QWERTY, that is also not looking bad from their side. 1500 plus damage coming in with 9 elimination points coming for the side of Team QWERTY, and then comes Team Clarity with only 1 elimination point, 358. Move on through down the list to FS. 1 elimination point, 621 damage. So again, for Clarity as well as FS, in the overall, we can definitely say that they're okay. But once again, these two teams in week number 2, their performance has dropped as well.
Oh, it certainly has. I mean, no doubt about it. But taking a look at this 52x rage, kind of like growing up a little bit in terms of their numbers. XGeneration have finally successfully kind of gotten over the players of 3x Esports at the very least, but still find themselves at the 18th position. So they can certainly do better. I think the next Super Weekend becomes very, very crucial for them, and which will decide their fate. But as we take a look at the table toppers over here, Lakshay, SALTxi8, still the supremacy quite visible as they are starting to build that 100-point gap. And 5 chicken dinners, so $2,500 already collected. I mean, clearly shows that these boys are here for business.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, me and Sia were talking about maybe by the end of the day, SALTxi8 could cross 400 or reach 400. It seems that will likely not be the case as we've got only 1 game remaining. But once again, this definitely clearly also states one more thing, which is a fact pretty much for the side of SALTxi8, that they are in a league of their own. They are having absolutely a gala time right here in the lobby, because there is no way any of these teams are going to be able to catch up to them when it comes to these Super Weekend points altogether.
Yeah, of course. I mean, no second thoughts on that, right?
Right.
And Quantum Rage, I really love the climb that they took, right? I think this was again a discussion that we both were having. Anybody having a good performance would take that second spot for themselves, and it is Quantum Rage. So quite a resurgence we got to see from their side. Team QWERTY, I think they played their hats out for a few moments. They were looking really promising, really good. But yeah, I think the way things have really panned out, we've got to say, just that one game remains, the final game of Erangel. And Blotter, I must say this to you. The last game of Erangel has always been bizarre, has always thrown us out of every cliff, everything that we kind of tend to expect. But I think we've already seen an uncommon circle. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for something really out of this world.
That will definitely be the case, and I'm pretty certain the game and the zone and the PUBG gods are not going to be disappointing us when it comes to the Super Weekends, the first as well as the second one. Every single time we've had some crazy zones and circle shifts, so most certainly this final game is also going to be a definite masaledar performance from these teams and the lobby, but it's all going to be thanks to, of course, the zone. But let's see. I mean, till now we've actually... Exactly, right? That's what I was thinking about. Till now, we've spoken about how it could be down to the military base, and we've seen those sort of zones. Yeah. We've seen and spoken about how we should maybe have ruins, shooting range sort of a circle. That we've seen. We've spoken about how it could go eastwards and towards maybe... but then again, what have we not seen? Georgia Pole circles, we have seen. Proper military base, we have seen. Yasnaya, we have seen. What have we... Mount Everest, we have seen. What have we not? I'm just thinking about, I don't know.
Lakshay, there's one circle that is right at the center but we haven't seen that. A Pochinki circle.
Oh yes.
I
Oh
mean, a
yes, of
circle
course.
that
That is
ends
true.
in Pochinki, because that kind of changes the dynamics of the game, really. Because I mean, now that I think about it, yeah, Pochinki circle. We haven't seen a single one, have we though?
True. Nope.
No, I mean everything did go around Gatka, whenever
Yep.
it was sort of on the western side. But a Pochinki circle, maybe we are in pursuit of that. As ladies and gentlemen, for one last time in the second Super Weekend, both these teams clash on against each other. Everyone eyeing out for glory, for that final chicken dinner and that $500 that comes along with, as the flight path trajectory will be on its way in just a wee bit, as it has taken over the skies. As well, it's right. All right, we've had a rather unusual start, a flight path trajectory all the way from Stalber. Now that is definitely something to talk about over here.
Well, that again is going to be absolutely comfortable positions for the side of Team Star, for the side of 52X Rage, for even TMW, for TUF, Clarity. They're all looking pretty comfortable. Quantum going down to Yasnaya. I mean, this is definitely going to be a very comfortable flight path for the teams, but the zone is, of course, where we are going to be looking at that curveball, or rather expecting a curveball for their position. Also, another thing to actually talk about when it comes to curveballs, the side of SALTxi8 today, actually, when it came down to a map of it, on a match on Erangel itself, they did move away from their known military base and jump near to Pochinki Farm region. So what is the side of SALTxi8 going to be doing? That was just one game, and then they reverted back to their known drop location of the military base. So not entirely sure if they are planning on experimenting something like that. Probably not.
Yeah,
Probably
I think
not.
they're just gonna stick to its system of commentary base, right? I think
Yep.
them omitting melee base in the last game was quite understandable, but a circle that does look a little bit scary, as we do see some early fights breaking out for VTFT. Just making sure they get their hands on the vehicle and make a run for their life. They have no intention to pick any fight against NorthEsports at this particular moment, at least.
Hey, but NorthEsports has all the intention and the right to take on a fight, because they need those points, simply put, right? I mean, this is the first Super Weekend that they're playing. There's going to be the final game, and then it'll go back to, of course, the league play days, where all 20 teams are going to be participating. And then again, we shall have to, of course, go through the selection process, not necessarily because it'll be based on how the teams play, but yeah, it kind of is. And the top playing teams will move on. And so maybe a few of these teams might not jump into the third Super Weekend, right? There is still that sort of a possibility. So perhaps for the teams playing for the first time, Quraysh, NorthEsports, XGeneration, TMW, they want to be capitalizing every single opportunity that they can. And hopefully, as you were mentioning again, for the side of NorthEsports, they kind of slow down in terms of their approach to try and get those points, because otherwise they are just jumping into the crosshairs of their opponents.
Oh yeah, I mean, they certainly are. But now, taking a look at things over here, I don't find any unusual activities breaking out. All the teams dropping off exactly where they should. Nothing really out of order. But this is again one of those games that NorthEsports really has to win, right? They're closest to the epicenter of the zone as SALTxi8. I mean, they're moving far away from the zone, heading towards the military base. That is gonna hurt them a little bit. But Quantum Rage, again, safe and secure in Yasnaya, have never been contested, have the entire huge city all to themselves. As MetershotxSKY, they are gonna be racing with each other to make it to Novoripnoi first. But look at this. This is what I talk about when I say, teams need to find a plan B for themselves, because
Yes.
again, just barely 50 seconds remain, even less than that, and they still haven't made it to Novoripnoi. So now they've got to draw up, they have to get there, they have to start looting, they again have to rotate inside the circle. That is well, quite a lot of job to do.
It definitely is, but again, I mean, if it works with their playstyle, then perhaps they have nothing to worry about. Because same is the case for MetershotxSKY as well. Both these teams, they haven't even picked up a single utility or a gun as of now. And now, finally, 5 minutes into the game, with the first circle almost starting to constrict, as the blue zone will start moving in, these teams are finally going to be looting abouts. But then again, I mean, it'll be based on how they like to play, right? And again, for both these teams, they love to play safe and to the edge. In fact, very late into the blue zone and then the edge is how both these teams try and make those rotations as well. So will probably work for them. But again, when it comes down to this zone itself, I want to believe that it does shift down. It does take us down through Puchinki. But for now, again, when you talk about those early contestations and first blood situations, there aren't any being drawn because all the teams, they are, as we did see on the map, they're well scattered out. They're not really close to each other. There are barely any contestations or fights to even anticipate or expect. But overall, as we talk about the teams as well in the overall second Super Weekend, Team H2E, they have dropped quite a big chunk, but still, of course, looking very comfortable with the 247 points. And then there's that 30-point difference between them and, of course, Clarity.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, right, XGeneration, one of those teams right in front of our screens, they were a couple of seconds ago. We've got to say that they had a good start into the Super Weekend. They were looking promising. They were not the best team, but they were not the worst either, right? But yeah,
Right.
talking about H2E, what a phenomenal start in the first day of the second Super Weekend. But ever since, we haven't seen much out of these lads. Just that back-to-back chicken. They missed out on that hat trick, and that's the glory moment. But as long as it's, it keeps them in contestation, because hey, one more chicken dinner for H2E. Now they will be the ones on the second spot, because I think at some point where teams have eventually given up to SALTxi8, they sort of have
Right.
it, known in the
Exactly.
back of their minds that no matter whatever they do, the chicken dinner. I mean, they are not going to be able to close the gap. Maybe if a team gets, like, let's say 3 or 4 chicken dinners with 14 and 15 kills every single game, and then also considering the fact that SALTxi8 get eliminated with nothing. In that kind of a situation, maybe in a day that there can be a team that kind of topples them over. But nothing in that aspect, I do not think. That's just our imaginations running wild. As we take a look at the live rankings. Now, Team Star. This is again one of those teams that has really impressed me with the way they've been playing. I really love their logo though. But Freestyle Lakshay. Again, this is one of the team that did get the last chicken dinner yesterday in the game of Erangel. But
Yep.
10th position, nah, I do not like it.
Definitely not. Definitely not where they should be sitting. I mean, with such talented players, they deserve a lot more and they ought to capitalize on those situations. But after the first week, we haven't really seen that sort of a play coming in from their side. And as we move on back to the side of Meteorshot, as we were talking about it, they love to make those sort of late rotations as they've been caught up with the blue. That wouldn't really hamper them at all because they love the blues and they're 1400 meters away from the zone as of now, so they are sticking their neck out perhaps for a little more longer to try and get the best loot available to them right there at Novo. But as we move the conversation back towards freestyle now, freestyle, they are like I just said, right, from first week onwards their performance has dropped quite a lot. Clarity Esports also, again, when it comes to the overall ranking, yes, it is looking very comfortable for them, but just the performance wise, there has been a little bit of a dip
Yeah, I
from the
mean,
side of Clarity.
Clarity. Well, if you talk about that team in particular, I think it was the first day where they were absolutely looking dominating. They were looking very sharp. 420 making the plays of his life. Drawlin, a really interesting prospect. Lakshay, but after that, yeah, I kind of believe I agree with you. They haven't really been looking like a single unit, right? They've been getting
Right.
pickoffs elsewhere, left, right, and a little bit of a consistency is much needed, as it does look to be like the slow slowest game perhaps that we are witnessing. Yeah, Meteor Shots, almost 8 minutes gone past by gives increase. Let's well sum up the why they are the most dominating team of the race. This particular Super Weekend I think has been so amazing for teams like TU having no chicken dinner still
Exactly.
at such a good position. But yeah, very important knock, and that too on 420 of Team Clarity.
Well, Clarity have taken
That they've
is of no concern, but the information has of course been given away, and that is what Clarity are going to have to be a little bit more careful of. On the other front, for the side of
SALTxi8 for QWERTY also being there in the top test stations, at least with the kind of consistency.
but for now, not a lot of those fighting situations that we can anticipate from these teams, because they're still maintaining a very happy distance from each other for now.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. And of course, I mean it's understandable, right? Everyone wants to end their Super Weekend run in a good fashion. If you remember the first Super Weekend, the last matchup was won by Regicide. So clearly could
Right.
be TMW's game, right? We do not know. It could be pretty chaotic. But I think last Super Weekend's final day was really amazing in comparison to this one, because there was so much happening, as now teams have finally found the segregation in where they stand. Then we do see that little bit of a difference in terms of their skill levels, and things are getting more clearer now, right? It was earlier it was a little bit murkier, but this time a lot better, as Team DMW do spot out the players of TUF, do intend on taking a few shots at their direction.
But they are going to fall back, and of course Team 2F now, they have the information. Now they are going to be creating those angles, and again we've got Edgar on our screens with a DP in his hand, and that Forex, that is going to be absolutely pincering down his opponents. But he needs to be careful as well, because of course the compound is going to be favoring in terms of the cover that TMW have managed for themselves. But TUF out in the open, as soon as they start taking shots, they themselves could very well get third partied as well. But for now, again, just maintaining and holding on to those angles. Team TUF getting that information. As we move on through to the map, of course, we can clearly see Team TUF right there, looking in the yellow, but across them is going to be TMW as well. So 3 teams, one of them have the compound cover, and whoever tries to make noise, yep, TMW starting to make some noise. As they do, the others are going to get attracted, and that is when maybe those third parties could be brought in from those 3 teams. But SALTxi8 making rotation against the compound of FS right now. FS Black will retaliate. No, will not be given the option, as SALTxi8 will be able to read exactly what was happening on top of that ridge, and will be able to move away. With that, the zone shifts yet again, and still we do see Quantum Rage in the center.
Yeah, Quantum Rage looks to be in a very promising position, but look at the traffic coming out. Look at those vehicle numbers emerging just like flying bees from the southern side. Everyone just squandering off, as SALTxi8's Uzum, he's leading the charge, has always taken things into his own hands, right? Whenever it comes about scouting, he's the one who takes the risk. He ensures that his teammate get to a very promising position, but this little decision from Uzum's side to stop at the school apartments, I'm really quite not able to figure as to why is he opting for such a such a call, because honestly all the teams have moved away. Maybe they want to be the last one. They want to
Yep,
steer
that's what I'm
off
thinking.
from the traffic, once everyone just passes through, they're gonna make a way. But that gets even more riskier, because you're gonna be crossing very narrow bridges, right? And there's gonna be someone who's gonna be holding those rocks off. So clearly I think SALTxi8 need to come up with an improvised plan, because heading straight on is clearly not going to work out for them.
Well, if we look onto the map, well, we'll get back to the map, as right now, as we go through, the director's cut from one team to the next. We've got Team QWERTY, who have been able to make themselves into the comfort of the zone, but very close to their vicinity, of course, is going to be the side of Quantum, I believe it was. And now these teams are going to be starting to run out of compounds. We've got still 64 players still surviving, all 16 teams, of course. That means with 14 minutes on that clock. With that, as you move on to the map, look at that, SALTxi8. The way they've positioned themselves, they let all the other teams go either left or right. Metershot went from the eastern front and now are trying to be entering, as we can see, from the northeastern flank. And SALTxi8, they just stuck exactly at that groove. And now from the Rozhok area, they might try and damage a little bit. But finally, 15-minute marker joining into this game on the map of Erangel. We have a few shots being taken across from these teams, and then it's nothing.
Yeah, and look at Zamin, right? I think he's playing without his gyroscope on. I do not know how he manages to do that, because again, that little posture, well, buddy, it's gonna hurt him a lot in the foreseeable future. Because and for all the viewers out there, do not play like how Zamin plays outside. I mean, how he sits in place, because of course that is. I mean, I've done that in my youth.
Let's not throw him under the bus. A lot of players end up playing like that, but then again, just end up changing your positions as the fight have finally started changing on the map of Erangel right here. Where what are we looking at? Fight after fight, it is going to be Metershot taking on those knocks, and it is going to be FS Black just completely drifting across the lobby to try and get those retaliatory shots from the side of Metershot completely blocked and knocked. And it is going to be, well, Black Kian, who has definitely taken the brunt of that, and FS Black getting the elimination for his team.
Yeah, but I think Freestyle still need to get Diamond back up, as Black, he is going to be falling down to Kathir. A beautiful trade coming in for MetershotxSKY, but Kathir, he's going to be shot from elsewhere, and it is going to be Daku who is the one who's going to knock him out. And MetershotxSKY, a game clearly not favoring them. And we've got to bring in this conversation about the fact that they've rotated so late towards Novoripnoi, and getting back here, this was something that they had to anticipate.
They had to have, absolutely, because again, I mean, with that many number of players surviving, you won't be able to get the comfort of the compound. And when it comes to being out in the open, not every single angle can be secured. Of course, you can only create those smoke walls, and with that, it is going to be not even smoke wall and cover for the side of Team H2E's Dread, and 52x Reggie's Pain will definitely get the head. And with that, it is going to be H2E not looking too good out in the open from one side to the next. It is going to be 52x Rage raging across in terms of their bullets, getting those points and eliminations confirmed for their side with ease. H2E getting eliminated, 5 defeats confirmed for 52x Rage.
And look at how fast they are backing up all those kills, as Harry just drives over Edgar, as TmW get themselves into a fighting situation, as we could hear gunshots all across the lobby, as teams are falling one after the other as flies. But Marlega, I really thought this could have been the game for TmW. Could still be, but Team TUF, they are pretty much angry, not really happy about the fact as to how Edgar really fell down. As look at Thor, he understands that he's gonna make his move, but he might just be walking into the mouth of the lion, because Team Magnus, they are just gatekeeping over there, and that's enough.
Well, Magnus trying to take the fight into their own hands, and they are going to maybe get this knock confirmed on Thor to get that first elimination point for their side. As we move on through to the next fight, it's going to be Clarity pushing on to the compound of Team Quantum Rage, and Quantum Rage is serious, will give a massive blow, but not before his teammates die right in front of him. Now, we've got 2 players surviving for the side of Quantum Rage. On top is going to be Alpha, and down low on below is going to be Serious. Now, this 3-man army from the side of QWERTY Esports, what exactly, or how exactly are they looking to stop this team of Quantum Rage? A 2-man squad, of course, and it seems like from the back, we still do have the teammates from Quantum Rage trying to bring in those utilities to help their team out, but Zebian, Teen Wolf, as well as 420 Boy, slowly but surely trying to find those players, their opponents, in the smoke wizard that has been created. But of course, Quantum Rage is serious, will get the better half of that fight, will be able to knock down Zibian. Elimination has not been confirmed, the defeat has not been confirmed, but amazing control of this compound coming in from the side of Quantum, where Clarity tried their level best with the smoke walls. As a team, they pushed on through, but that was just not enough against the IQ with which Quantum Rage are playing right now. But overall, once again, Alpha with that perfectly set up nade is going to be able to get another point. And the Quantum Rages, all 4 players are just completely pincering down Clarity Esports. And just with that ease of those utilities, Quantum Rage will be able to knock and eliminate Clarity Esports from this lobby. 11 teams remaining, where Magnus Esports chiming in along from far away against the players of 52x Rage, where look at 52x Rage, 9 elimination points confirmed for this team. Incredible game. And as we move on through in terms of the numbers, it is going to be Freestyle who are not looking too good, as they've only got 2 players surviving, with Magnus also taking a knock on Respect, but of course his teammates are right around to be able to give that cover. 5th zone is where we are at, and in all of this, Quantum Rage, they are again and again popping off heads, taking on knocks and eliminations. But with that, of course, being out in the open, being spread out too thin, they are also getting their numbers down, with 2 of their players already knocked.
Yeah, of course. Now this is going to get so much more exciting. I think this could be the chicken dinner that Team QWERTY were waiting for. All 4 of the players alive, all 4 of the players having a good compound, a little bit of a high ground, especially pertaining to those rigid advantages situation that they have. But Quraysh Esports, they have their eyes set at the players of Quantum Rage, as one after the other they are falling down like dominoes, as Bilal needs to heal himself up because he realizes there is another team on the backlines. As 52x Rage, they started off with a banger, but certainly taking the fall right now as Quraysh successfully wipe out Quantum Rage for very good. And now it is 52x Rage going up against Star with a very considerable amount of advantage, you know, gaining the right amount of cover. Zyro J will take the fall, but still waiting for 52x Rage to be throwing those utilities, which they finally do, but not getting enough success, trying to create some room as Crypto gets wiped out, as Hunk will manage to secure a knock on towards Pharaoh and will finish him off before he gets a chance at revival.
Perfect use of utilities coming in from both of these teams, but of course Team Star being the better half of this fight, getting those utilities along with the sprays on point, definitely damaging the position of 52x Rage. And 52x Rage are still not yet deterred. They're still trying to take on the fights from the exact same position, and in doing so, Faster will be knocked and blown. But with that, his teammate, his one final teammate who's surviving, he is falling back, or rather he's trying to, and that's going to be 52x Rage's Pain. But by his lonesome, how long is he going to be able to survive? With the side of Team Star, they are just absolutely covenant from all directions, and Team 52x Rage's Pain, one knock, second knock confirmed, not yet, but 2v1 situation is what he's going to be finding himself with the AKM spray on point. But again, a 2v1, as I said, is going to be trickier for himself, but this is just the moment of relief that Pain needed, and this is going to be helping all of them out. Actually, they're going to be taking a little bit of a pause in the fight as they have that heal taken care of, and then it's all down to skill. Who gets the better of the CDM between, of course, these 2 players, Hunk versus Pain. Hunk versus Pain, and it's going to be Pain dropping down with the perfect UMP against AKM face to face. But all right, we'll take it. It is no questions asked. And that's going to be the end of that fight.
AMP has become so devastating, Lakshya.
Right, exactly, dude. I mean, come on.
The kind of stability that you get with that weapon.
Yes.
And again, Hunk was so quick on his movements as Money. He's going to get the knock on towards Gravity, and QWERTY very close to their chicken dinner. It might just go away from them as Quraysh creeping up at Gravity's direction, as we do have Magnus just lurking around the entire area, as Wolfrey has spotted them out. It is all going to come down to the point that Wolfrey needs to cook up a grenade, and if he lobs it in the right direction, he's just not going to get a single knock, but could be possibly even more than that, as SALTxi8 engage in a kerfuffle against NorthEsports, as Quraysh, they keep on qualifying and keep on continuing the domination, but just as we were speaking, they got wiped out. QWERTY dealt with the threat really well, but now they are under heavy fire from the players of Magnus, as they keep on constantly bombarding over them. But Team Star, I think they've made a rotation. They've come down, taken the lower grounds. But for how long can they survive from that very position?
Absolutely. For now, it seems like it is going to be the side of SALTxi8 in a little bit of a troublesome situation against the players of XGeneration, who also seem to be standing on steady, at least for now, with the numbers also working for them. But again, they're against the players of SALTxi8, and it's going to be Reviews creating a fuse in this perfectly set up angle against the players of XGeneration, and in doing so, maybe get a knock confirmed. But we'll come back to that fight because it is down to 4 teams surviving. Finally, it is going to be SALTxi8 pushing on, but Bashir, just in the nick of time, pushes them back and still holds that fort and ground for himself. Now, SALTxi8, they definitely ought to be down in terms of their utilities, so they're going to have to be a little careful and a little bit more precise in terms of how they utilize it against the fight that they've taken against XGeneration, wherein these two teams are busy. We've got on the other flank, Team QWERTY taking on a fight all by themselves.
Oh, it's going to be so gruesome. As XGeneration, very close. They haven't gotten a lot of finishes, but they have a chance at getting a chicken dinner. And Thug can ensure that it happens to his team. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb as Hunk surely has spotted out Wolverine just moving around the grass as Team Star. They are trying to make it inside the zone. Yes, J has successfully managed to get him and his vehicle. Will build out an impregnable fortress out of that as Blade does manage to find a knock onto its Khan as J. This time he's gonna bring the fire at QWERTY's direction at lobbing that grenade on Wolfrey, but clearly not connecting. And QWERTY was so close. It was such a good position to get a chicken dinner. Their players a little aloof from each other, one after each other. They keep on falling down as J. How on earth could that spray be missed by Thug? That was his one chance, but could still spot him out. Still not taking those shots though. What on earth is wrong with him? Thug, showing that trigger discipline, does have the ghillie suit. What? But why isn't he taking shots when he clearly had all the chance in the world? This could be the whiff of the season, as now bodies are falling down left, right and center as Bashir. He does manage to find a knock onto his Reviews, but needs to get his teammate 420 boy back up. And that little thought from Thug's mindset to, kind of keep things slow, still maintain that step, really biting him in the back. Because had he just sprayed and prayed over there, could have wiped out Star for the better good.
He definitely could have. I mean, God Fury was jumping for God's sake for right in front of him, and he still decided to not take on that spray. Never mind that, as you move on through, 4 teams still remaining, where it is going to be still the 2 players of Team QWERTY standing tall and strong. XGeneration almost were able to, well, never mind my word, because they are definitely going to be eliminating Team QWERTY, but I was going to say they were almost able to eliminate SALTxi8 as well just a couple of minutes ago. With that 3 teams still surviving, Reviews is going to be given that revival. 3-man strong is going to be SALTxi8 once again, but just a few minutes ago they were down 2-man, and just a few more Molotovs or nades from XGeneration could have been the end, but that's not been the case and story, because now it is SALTxi8's time to retaliate against that damage that XGeneration brought.
Oh yeah, I mean, XGeneration, they have, placed their players just under that slight little ridge, not visible. Normalize as Reviews will find a knock onto its J. Just one last player of Team Star remaining. It is going to be God Fury, and he has to keep himself out of the action for as much time as possible. But more than that, he has to get himself inside the zone. He is, in fact, making a run for it. In fact, will try to save his teammate. But before that, we'll lob a few smokes. But XGeneration, Bashir and 420 boy could completely play spoil spot. But hey, their position has still been compromised. And this is where, you would anticipate a little bit of a longer spread from SALTxi8. But sticking to each other, staying really close, not helping them. And it is understandable why, as to Uzum was sort of being a little reluctant, still went off with that. But 420 boy getting yet another knock onto it. J. Now 420, he's bleeding, he's taking damage from the circle as Reviews one after the other. He collects all those kills as it is once again, ladies and gentlemen, a winner chicken dinner coming in for SALTxi8 back to back. at that, and 9 eliminations, and further bolstering up their lead.
Absolutely phenomenal control coming in from the side of SALTxi8 when it came down to those final moments of the zone. And in doing so, of course, they're going to be getting $500 more in the bank, of course, and that many more points added on to their own league that they're part of. Of course, 400 points I don't think are going to be covered for now, but that does not matter once again because they are on the top of the leaderboard. There is no team that is going to be stopping them.
Oh yeah, I mean, surely, I think 100 points lead, I think they've managed to secure for themselves.
Right.
Even more than that. Because, again, this was such a close game for teams like, let's say, Star. It could have also been XGeneration's game, had Thug played his cards right. But
Exactly.
certainly gonna bite him in the back, and certainly a night that he would want to forget, because that was out in the open. Everybody saw that. But I think it happens to the best of the lot, right? Sometimes you kind of tend to overthink, and it's completely backfires, and that was the case over here. But SALTxi8 being very decisive, being very meticulous with their approach towards the game. They were playing around the edges, but in fact, if you could even leave that out of the picture, they still made it inside the circle, still managed to keep the high ground, still managed to get the chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, everything that we thought could go against them, they converted that into their own advantage. And with that, we've got so many more conversations that are lined up. But we are going to go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Go.
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
So finally, we come to a close of the second Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I think my eyes are still stuck at the Oppo F21 Pro Lakshay, of course, which is going to be releasing on the 11th of April in Pakistan. I'm sure that all the Pakistani fans that are watching it out, if you want a seamless gameplay, sure might want to check that one out and grab it before it gets sold out. But if you want a seamless gameplay, sure might want to check that one out and grab it before it gets sold out. But as we head on and take a look at the MVP of this game, was Hunk from Team Star. Quite a commendable performance by this lad.
Definitely. I mean, 5 eliminations with the 4 knocks confirmed and 732 damage. That means he was very precise in terms of his damage against his opponents. As we move on through to the top players list, we do have Blade chiming in from SALTxi8 with, again, I mean, 4 eliminations and 822 damage. So a lot of fights is what he ended up taking. I mean, a lot of third parties that he was probably involved in as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could clearly see, right? Every single player over here, few new names have come up. We are witnessing Daku, we are witnessing Pain right now. Psycho has made his mark. Blade, finally, you know, coming up top against his own teammate, Crypto, right? That has always been the battle. It's Blade or it's Crypto for elimination leaderboards. Of course, we're gonna also have a look at that towards the end of the day. But now, SALTxi8 and XGeneration was so very close to finally get a chicken, but it is all right. I mean, they've still recovered. They've still managed to accrue 19 points, and that is some 19 points that they're not going to forget. Almost so close to that chicken dinner just being taken off from their hands. But SALTxi8, I think, had precisely been the better team over here. As we take a look at the match summary, nothing much to talk about, right? Again, Hunk and Blade domination in between. We do have Pain coming with that long distant elimination, the farthest.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, just to add on to one more point, right? For the side of Team XGeneration, they it's absolutely fine. I mean, even if they got that second position, not being able to walk away with a chicken dinner, they needed these many points, and they have been able to capitalize on the opportunity that they were given so very comfortably. And that, of course, is the plus point for the side of XGeneration from this game. As we move on through towards the side of course, 52x Rage as well as Team QWERTY, both of them amazing stats, but again, 52x Rage, look at the way they were able to get those points. I mean, eliminations are 11, but placement points are only 1. All right, I mean, nothing taken away, because once again, they're looking comfortable in the overall ranking, but they could definitely rise up in that placement as well.
Oh, they certainly can, but as we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, right? This is what we've been waiting for, and yeah, I think North Esports started off on a really angry note. It did not quite go the way they wanted to, and certainly was not the best game for MetershotxSKY either. And the same could be said for Team H2E as well, but Team Star, you could see, right? This is where I really felt that they started bringing in the heat, as even SALTxi8 along with Quraysh. Now this is where Quantum Rage this strategy kind of backfired a little bit for them, as XGeneration was also collecting a lot of finishes from the edges. Now QWERTY, by this point, I was really feeling that this chicken dinner could not have been stolen. This chicken dinner was theirs to keep. But who knew that teams like Quraysh are gonna chime in and get the better out of them. Hunks being so very good in those 1v1 situations, especially taking down the inform 52x Rage. Certainly a little bit of a spark in them was visible, but this is what I was talking about. How on earth could he mess things up? He did get the reload, went in for the finish, should have gone instead for ZyroJ, but did not.
Exactly, and then he just stood his ground and waited for a while, and as soon as he does, of course, he was caught from the side of SALTxi8. As we moved on through to the final moments of the game, we did have XGeneration bring in a massive blow, and of course this team walked away with that second position thanks to SALTxi8 getting that chicken. But in this entire saga, I really want to see what sort of a shift or jump has been made based on the play being brought in from XGeneration, as well as the curation North Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pondering as to, it sort of ended, but it ended on a kind of little bit of a cold note, because, of course, I mean, SALTxi8, they certainly have become villains from heroes, right? It's a one-sided domination. Every single time, they come in, they're going to win, and then you ask yourself as to, because the first Super Weekend was so volatile, right? There were teams falling, there were teams rising, everyone was fighting for the top spot. And now it feels like as if the teams have sort of given it all away. They're like, no matter how much we're gonna try, SALTxi8 are still gonna win, and we'll see them in the final. So that is definitely one of the reasons why I must say the Super Weekend this time was a little bit slow paced than how it was in the first Super Weekend, where everybody was just blood hungry. But a lot of good interesting teams did miss out also this time. 3x, then we had the Grounders, then Regicide, some big names. And FMR 3D, can't really rule them out as well. Not being there, certainly it's going to be so imperative for them to qualify for the next Super Weekend. But as we take a look at the damage graph, I mean, the only standout thing that I can really point out was the little bit of a spark that we witnessed from 52x Rage. I think it was those early game moments where they had already accrued those 9 kills. But that is where they kind of, the oil spilled out right in the ocean, right? That is where they kind of messed things up when they wanted to take that fight against Team Star, who was so very well fortified. As we take a look at the overall rankings, Lakshay, Team QWERTY still managed to hold on to the 3rd spot, and that's pretty much the story, right? Team Star rising up a little bit, 52x also rising up a little bit, but look at SALTxi8 Esports, 100 plus points of a lead that they've maintained for themselves.
Yeah, I think there's no reason to even bring up SALTxi8's name now, from now onwards, I think, because that team is always able to get the perfect utilization of whatever position that they find themselves in. As you move on to second page. Now, this is where we do have the grounders still maintaining their top 16 position. Same for the case of FMX R3D on the 13th and 14th position, respectively, with 123 and 111 points. And then shy from there, again, I mean, there is a little bit of a difference as we look on through to 15th and 16th position, and then the 17th and 18th position. So it is anybody's game based on how this upcoming league play goes, and if these teams sitting on that 15th and 16th position are going to be able to make a comeback. And same, of course, the case for Redside, XGeneration, and 3X as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's going to be such an interesting third Super Weekend. I think more than the Super Weekend, Lakshay, I'm looking forward to the league play days, right?
Yes,
Because
exactly. Oh, yes.
whoever qualifies for the top 16 pretty much, kind of etches it on the stone, right? That they are going to be heading to the PMPL finals of the Pakistan region, spring 2022. Now, that is something to really eye out for. We, however, also did witness a little bit of a fall from freestyle, not the kind of a performance that we were hoping. As we take a look at SALTxi8's entire day's summary, right? The kills that they have secured, and look at that. The competition remains within themselves.
Exactly. I mean, look at Review sitting on those 11 eliminations with the 2 headshots coming in for his side as we move on through to the maps themselves. Again, Erangel, they've had a really good grasp of with 3 matches, 32 points. So, in terms of the elimination points, is what I'm talking about. So, again, I mean, a very destructive team on the map of Erangel.
Yeah, of course, no doubt at that. And in fact, in every single map, right? Even in Sanhok, we did see the boys come out on top. But here is
Yep.
the elimination leaders that we were talking about. IQ somehow finding his way inside the top 5 back again and keep showing a lot of promises, but most of them were visible in the final day. But 3 out of 5 of them are from SALTxi8, 83, 73, 64. Uzum feeling a little bit left behind. Reviews has a lot of catching up to do as Wolverine still keeping himself in contention at the third spot as well, not a lot of kills do differentiate them. As Ash, again, I think Ash will be my pick of this tournament along with Joker from TUF. I think really amazing players. They've made their way all the way over here. But 4VTFD could do much better as a team, right? Team game is something that they will have to focus for
Right.
the next Super Weekend.
That's going to be so very crucial and critical for the side of 4VTFD. But over the period of 2 weeks now, I can definitely say that I do believe that team is going to be holding strong and steady in the finals itself. But with that, as we move on through to the day summary, we started off with TUF getting that chicken dinner, moving on away from that team to Miramar. We had Quraysh Esports, and then came Erangel, and once again, which team rose to the occasion? It was MetershotxSKY getting that wonderful chicken dinner, and 10 elimination, of course, is what they got, 10 KOs. And then to close the day off, Sanhok and Erangel is domination coming in from SALTxi8. So still not able to reach the 400 marker, but still create in a league of their own is what SALTxi8 are. So the top 3 to the top 5 are pretty much confirmed, but we shall see in this league play what teams are we going to be looking forward to, what teams are coming back, and what teams are not in that third Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the question that comes out everywhere, right? You talk about how this entire Super Weekend has been. Day 1 had been pretty much H2Vs, then followed by MetershotxSKY, and then SALTxi8 did eventually have the last laugh. But for all you guys out there, hope you are staying entertained as all you've got to do is, if you still haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, do make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit the like on towards the stream as well. PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan is where you have to be, because a lot of action is going to wait your way. Now, do not forget to follow us on our Facebook and Instagram as well. But along with that, I think it was a wholesome week. We did get to see a few of the teams that were sort of dropping off in Super Weekend 1 sort of tend to get themselves back over here. And that being said, Lakshay, I think what an amazing weekend has it been with teams like North Esports and the others also trying to make a mark for them, and they indeed have toppled over the other teams that did miss out on the first Super Weekend.
Exactly, they've made their mark. They moved into the top 16, a very tough climb, but they have made it. I mean, both the teams, Quraysh Esports as well as the side. But now we shall have to see what is the league play going to be all about. Will they be able to come back and rise up to the occasion, or is this all that we see from them?
I mean, it is going to be answered in just a few days, right? As we are going to be taking a leave, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow is going to be a day off, so do not forget to spend time with your friends and family, because the day after is where it is all going to begin. The hell breaking absolutely loose. Till then, all of you guys take care and have a good night.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक फिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस बैकी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाचा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां